What's up developers, and welcome back to a new course where we will be diving into Laravel 9. If you want to help the channel out with the content that I create, now head down to Patreon where you get benefits such as a private Discord group where other developers can help you out with your coding issues. If you are interested to join, the link to Patreon can be found in the description down below. I've created a Laravel 8 course of 34 episodes somewhere between 1 and 1.5 years ago where I dived into beginners topics of Laravel. That was early in my YouTube career. I've reached a point now where explaining topics got a lot easier to me, and since my Laravel videos did so good, I decided to create a new course which will go way more in depth on important topics. If you are interested in my previous course, I will link the video in the description down below. I won't refer to my previous Laravel videos during this course since it will be more in depth and I just want to start over, with better explanations and examples. In the time we're living in right now, frameworks pretty much took over. Beforehand, developers were responsible for not only writing the actual code, but also the business logic of applications. Topics such as input validation, user authentication, database access, and so on were developed by the user itself. Technology is growing rapidly. We're starting off with a Laravel 9 course, and at the time we finish this course, Laravel 9.5 probably already came out. Now, what is Laravel? Laravel is an open source PHP framework which, in my opinion, is very easy to understand once you have a good base of procedural and object-oriented PHP. It follows one of the most known design patterns, which is the Model View Controller Framework, so MVC. Now, why should you use a framework? Frameworks such as Laravel, Symfony, and CodeIgniter are built on loads of packages that are already developed by other developers, but most importantly, they are also maintained by other developers. With the use of a framework, you don't need to think about configuration files, server providers, or pre-described directory structures. Over the last 2 years since I've started my channel, I've seen a lot of comments from developers saying that I'll build it in plain PHP. Why should I use a framework? And in all honesty, most companies that need a new website or platform probably won't pay the full price of you creating a complete new system from scratch. Most e-commerces or PHP agencies use some kind of framework where they build upon. I usually respond to people that it depends on what you want to achieve. Do you want to be a freelancer? Go with PHP and build a framework from scratch if you want to. Do you want to work for an agency? Chances are that you'll probably never build a PHP framework from scratch. If we just think about frameworks in general, most developers will say that the increase of speed compared to a normal language is the biggest advantage. At its own core, Laravel is all about equipping and enabling developers. Their goal is to provide clear, simple, and beautiful code and features that help developers quickly to learn, start, and develop. Next to speed, Laravel's goal is to make developers happy. That's pretty weird coming from a framework, so let me elaborate on that. Laravel's main focus is their learning curve. Once you understand PHP, it's super easy to adjust to Laravel. It has built their framework in a way that most of the standard or common tasks, such as database interactions, authentication, and emailing, are made simpler by their own components. Laravel's third main focus is convention over configuration, meaning that Laravel's default configuration will bring you quite far, since you don't need to redefine configurations. Finally, simplicity. If we think about some advanced topics in PHP such as dependency injection, mocking, data mapper patterns, and common query responsibilities, Laravel focuses on the simplest possible implementation of that. Think about a global function using facades, active records, and so on. These are all topics we will be covering in this course. Some of you guys might have been familiar with Laravel 8 and some of you might not. On the 8th of February in 2022, Laravel released their 9th version. A lot of developers think that so many changes have been made, but most of the changes were implemented in minor and major patches from Laravel 8. So let's talk about some of the biggest improvements that came out with Laravel 9. First off, their PHP version. Laravel 8 supports a minimum PHP version of 7.3, while Laravel 9 supports a minimum PHP version of 8.0. This is pretty important to know since Laravel 9 will be using the newest Symfony 6 framework, while Symfony 6 requires PHP 8. It's a small triangle between Laravel, Symfony, and PHP. Laravel 8 and even previous versions allowed developers to use the PHP artisan route list command inside the CLI. This command shows users the existing routes in the application with its associated HTTP method. If you have a lot of routes defined inside your application, it would have got pretty messy inside the controller. At the moment, you'll see a pretty clear overview with the HTTP method, the endpoint, the named route, and the associated controller. Finally, Laravel supports anonymous stop migration right now. When you created multiple migrations with the same class name in Laravel 8 when trying to recreate your database, you would run into some issues. Since Laravel 8.3.7, it allows you to create anonymous class migration files. And since Laravel 9, it's been implemented as a default behavior. There are multiple ways on how you can set up your Laravel project on a Mac. There might be a chance that a lot of you guys don't have Docker installed, so I'll be installing Valet in this video. In order to install Laravel, there are a couple tools that we need to install first. First, we need to make sure that we got Homebrew installed, because Homebrew allows us to install PHP through the command line interface. If you're not sure whether you have Homebrew installed or not, you can simply perform the brew update command inside the CLI. If we hit enter right now, you'll see that the command has not been found, which is called brew. If it has been installed, you'll see an update flying by. Otherwise, it will return a message, as we got right now, saying that the command has not been found. Now let's install Homebrew. Let's navigate back to the browser. And inside Google, let's search for something called Homebrew. Now we need the first link, which is brew.sh. Let's open it. And Homebrew is an open source package manager that allows you to install applications and software on a Mac through the command line interface. It's super simple and effective to use, and once you get an understanding of how it works, you'll see how much time it can save you. Now on the official website of Homebrew, you'll find an install command right here, right under the text install Homebrew. This command needs to be performed inside the CLI to install Homebrew. So what we can do is click on the copy icon to the right, navigate back to Homebrew, paste the command that we just copied and hit enter. So let's make sure that we provide that. And if we hit enter, the installation process will start. So I'll cut this part out since it might take a couple minutes. Now once the installation process is done, you can simply write down clear to clear up your terminal. And we're ready to install our first software package, which is PHP. There are tons of ways on how you can install PHP on your Mac, but installing it through Brew is probably the easiest and effective way. Now in order to install something through Brew, we need to write down the keyword brew. Then we need to add a space, followed with the keyword install or even uninstall if you want to uninstall something. Now right after install, we need to make sure that we tell Brew what we would like to install. In our case, it will be PHP. Let's hit enter. And this might take a minute again, so I'll cut this part out as well. So pause the video and I'll see you back in a second. Once the installation is done, let's write down clear to clear our terminal one more time. You can double check your PHP version, which is also a confirmation whether PHP has been installed correctly or not. For that, you can perform the PHP space -v command, which is a flag which stands for version. Let's hit enter. And as you can see, Brew returned a message saying that PHP 8.1.3 has been installed on our local machine. The next step is making sure that we install Laravel Valet, but that can't be done through Brew. We need to make sure that we install a package manager for it called Composer. You can either go to the browser and download it from their official website, but why should we since we already got Brew installed? Inside the CLI, let's perform brew, install, composer. I've already got brew installed, so it's updating it for me, and it's downloading packages that are missing. Now, if you want to double check whether your installation went smoothly again, you can simply say composer space -v to check the version. As you can see, Composer has been installed, and at the top, you can see that version 2.2.7 has been installed on our local machine. Now what we need to do next is add in Composer's vendor bin directory to our global path on our local machine. This needs to be done inside the bashrc file of our root directory. So at the moment, I'm located in the root of my directory, which you can access by writing down cd and hit enter. And in here, let's say nano space. The bashrc file is a hidden file, so we need to add a punctuation mark, bashrc. Let's hit enter. Based on what you've done before, you'll find none, one, or even a couple exports defined right here. So what we need to do is to go to the bottom and define a new export. So let's say export, path, which is equal to a set of double quotes. Inside the double quotes, we got to start off by saying, well, our $home, /.composer, /vendor, /bin, colon, variable, path. Now to exit our bash RC, we need to press Ctrl X. It's asking us if we want to save it, let's say Y, and hit enter. Now that we have Composer set up, let's make sure that we install Laravel Valet through Composer. In order to add packages through Composer, you're not going to perform brew but the Composer command. Then we're going to tell Composer that we want to install something globally, space, require, a package called Laravel/Valet. Let's hit enter. Usually, you run localhost projects through your local IP address, which is 127.0.0.1. With the DNS mask that we just added, we could add a name to it. And this can be tested out by pinging any .test endpoint we got on our local machine. So what we can say is, well, ping Laravel app.test. If we hit enter, you'll see that it is pinging our local host. Now let's close it off. But what this is basically telling us is that our DNS mask has been set up correctly, since it's pinging our local host. There might be a chance that this isn't working for you at the moment, but I recommend you to restart your computer when that happens, since there might be an application on your local machine with a port 80 open, which is needed for Laravel Valet. Once you restart it, Nginx will be running on port 80. We need to make sure that we set up our database as well, since Laravel applications pull data from a database. Laravel itself recommends using DB Engine, which is a free all-in-one database management tool that includes MySQL, Postgres, and Redis. Keep in mind that this part is optional. If you prefer to work with another MySQL server, that's completely fine. I'm just showing you what Laravel itself recommends. But every other tool that allows you to interact with a MySQL database is fine. Now let's navigate back to the browser and let's open a new tab and let's search for DBNGIN, which stands for Database Engine. It's the first one that we need, which is an all-in-one database version management tool. Now let's click on the download button for a Mac. Let's save it on our desktop. And once it's done, let's open it. Let's pull our database engine inside our applications and let's open it. You can click on the button in the top right corner with the plus icon to create a new database server. Now for this course, we won't be using Postgres, but we will be using MySQL. Let's keep the latest version. Let's give our database a name of, let's say, Laravel app. Let's give a port of 3306, which is the port MySQL uses. And once we save it or create it, we will be navigated back to the overview, where by default, the server is turned off. And once you want to start your server, you can just click on the start button. I won't be doing it because I'll be using a database client inside MySQL in the next video, which is a little bit easier for people that watch my videos, so I don't need to switch screens every time. We got everything set up that we need, so let's create our first Laravel application inside the CLI. Let's navigate back. Let's write down clear. I personally store my coding related projects in a folder on my desktop, let me show it to you, called Workspace. This gives me a clearer overview than storing projects on multiple places on my computer. If you want to do the same thing, go ahead. If you like to store your projects somewhere else, that's fine as well. What we're going to do is creating our Laravel application right now. Now inside the CLI, we need to make sure that we change directories to our workspace folder. That can be done by saying cd into desktop. If I hit tab, you will see an autocomplete. Then we need to say, well, we want to go inside a folder inside our desktop called Workspace. If we hit enter, you can see that the left part of our terminal has been changed to Desktop Workspace. Now you can list all folders and files that we have saved right here by saying ls. And right here, you'll see a couple of folders or projects that I have running. Like I've said in the beginning of this course, you can install Laravel on multiple ways. The first one is through Laravel Global Installer. We got Composer installed globally, but we haven't installed the Laravel Installer tool. So let's do that first. Let's say Composer global require, double quotes, inside the double quotes, a package called Laravel/installer. Let's hit enter. All right, it has been pulled in. With the Laravel installer that we just added, we could create a new Laravel project. So what we can say is Laravel, new, followed with a project name. So let's say Laravel app. What this command does is creating a new subdirectory called Laravel app and install a Laravel project inside of it. If we hit enter, this might take a couple seconds, so I'll cut this part out. If we perform another ls right here, you'll see that our project called Laravel app has been created successfully. Now let's make sure that we change directories inside our project by saying cd Laravel app. In here, we can perform another ls, which will show all files and folders that we have inside our Laravel app that has been created through the installer. We will not dive into the project structure in this video, but we definitely will be doing that in the next one. In order to check out our Laravel version, we need to perform a command through artisan, which you can see inside our directory as a file, right here. I won't dive into artisan yet, but we will be doing that later on. For now, just follow along. Now, whenever you want to perform a command through artisan, you have to start off with php space artisan. We want to add a flag to it, so space --version. If we hit enter, you can see that our Laravel framework is using a version of 9.2 right now. There are two methods on how you could open your project in the browser through Laravel Valet. The first way is using the park command, and the second one is using the link command. We will be creating a new project through Composer in a second, so let me show you how you could use the park command to start your project with the Laravel installer. And in a couple minutes, I'll show you how you can run your project in the browser with the link command. The park command registers the Laravel app directory we're located in right now. It will basically get parked with Laravel Valet, and it is accessible through the browser with a folder name .test. So let's make sure that we're inside our Laravel app folder, and right here, perform the Valet park command. If we hit enter, it's asking us for a password, so let's add it. As you could see, Laravel returned a message saying that the directory has been added to Valet's path. Let's navigate back to the browser, and let's replace our URI with Laravel app.test. And here we go. Our Laravel project is visible inside the browser. Now let's navigate back for a second and let's install a Laravel project through Composer. At the moment, we're inside our Laravel app, so we need to go back one directory by saying cd space ... Now we've changed directories back inside our workspace directory, as you could see. Right here, let's say rm to remove something. We're going to add a flag right here called space -rf. The R means recursive, which you have to use when removing an entire folder. The F stands for force. So we're going to force remove a folder called Laravel app. Hit enter. All right, let's perform another ls right here, and you won't be seeing the Laravel app that we have. With the installation of Composer, it has pulled in a feature called Create Project, which allows you to create new projects with a particular skeleton. So let's say Composer space create -project. We're going to tell Composer what we want to install. In our case, we're going to install a Laravel /Laravel project, which accepts another argument, which is the last one, since we need to define the subdirectory name. Once again, let's name it Laravel app. Just like the Laravel installer tool, this will create a subdirectory of the Laravel app directory with a skeleton Laravel project. It's installing it right now, and I think it's done. All right. Let's change directories back into our Laravel project by saying cd Laravel app. Now let's check the version number again by saying php artisan --version. And as you can see, this has installed a Laravel project of version 9.2 again. We're not going to use the park command to run our project inside the browser, but we will be using valet link. So let's write down valet link. And this command is pretty useful when you want to serve one single project through the browser. If we hit enter, add our password, you'll see that a symbolic link has been created. As you can see, it's saying that the message is saying that a symbolic link has been created of Laravel app. So basically Laravel app.test. If we navigate back to the browser, refresh our endpoint, and as you could see, even though we removed our first project, the endpoint still works because the folder name is still Laravel app. Now that we have set up our first Laravel project, we got to make sure that we use an editor that we'd like to write code in. Personally, I like to use either PHP Storm or Visual Studio Code when it comes to PHP code. And since PHP Storm is quite expensive and you don't have that many add-ons, I decided to make a video on adding the right extensions in Visual Studio Code. Now, whenever you want to install Visual Studio Code, you have to obviously open a new tab. and go to code.visualstudio.com. We're located on the official website of Visual Studio Code, and based on the operating system that you're using, you'll see a download button with different text on it. I'm currently on a Mac, and Visual Studio Code recognizes that. That's why it's saying download for Mac. If you're on a Windows, it will probably say something along the lines of download for Windows. What I'd like you to do is download Visual Studio Code and open the Laravel app that we created in the previous video. Pause the video, and I'll see you back once you're done. For most of the extensions that we will be adding in this video, I'll demonstrate some of the features it provides to actually show you what it does. I have deleted all my PHP or Laravel related extensions and I want to download it all together. So let's do that right now. The first extension that I want to install is actually not related to PHP, since I want to update my theme. Currently, we're working with Visual Studio Code, its default theme. When you want to add a new extension, you have to click on the 4 squares in the left panel right here. This will open a new sidebar next to it, which will be the extensions marketplace. So whenever you want to install an extension, you just have to search for it. Now the first extension that I want to add is called Community Material Theme. It's the first one. It has close to 1 million downloads, so let's install it. Now once that's done, you'll see a drop-down popping up with all the different themes. Pause the video, go over the themes and choose the one you like. I try to change it up every single time I create a new course, so for this course I want to use Community Material Theme, Pale Night High Contrast. So let's hit enter, and as you can see, we have updated our theme. The second extension that I want to add right now is called Laravel Artisan. It's an extension that has been created by Ryan Naddy, and it allows us to perform some artisan commands within Visual Studio Code inside the CLI. So let's hit install. There's no need to follow along, just watch and see what it does. Now let me actually open the command line interface by going to terminal and clicking on new terminal. And what we can do right here is basically say php artisan route list, which will show all available routes inside our project. And what the extension that we added allows us to do is first pressing Command Shift P, search for route, and you'll see an option right here called route list. Let's click on it, and right here, it has opened a new tab with all available routes inside our application. Next to that, let's perform it one more time, say artisan. You'll see all the other commands that it allows us to do through the Laravel Artisan extension that we just added. The third extension that we're going to add starts with Laravel, but it's the third one in the list called Laravel Blade Snippets, which has been created by Winnie. Now let's click on install. Alright. Laravel uses Blade for their front-end part, and this extension allows you to create snippets the same way as HTML snippets. If we navigate back to the project directory, open the resources folder, views folder, you'll find a welcome.blade.php file. Let's open it for a second and scroll to the bottom. Alright, somewhere inside our body, let's say right here. Within Blade, which is the file extension for views, you got some methods that you could perform, and one of them is yielding content. Instead of saying, well, add yield, parentheses, you could simply say, well, I have a yield, hit enter, and our yield has been created with a parameter inside the yield method. Whenever you want to print out variables from the controller inside your view, you have to wrap it inside a double set of curly braces, just like this. As you can see, it's not adding extra spaces inside the curly braces. If we write down variable name right now, you'll see that it can kind of be clustered. And this is actually something that's bothering me. Now there's an extension in Visual Studio Code. Let's go to the extensions market called Laravel Blade Spacer. What this will do is simply adding spaces around your Blade snippets. So it's the first one created by Austin Cameron. Let's install it. Let's navigate back to our welcome.blade.php file. Let's remove our variable. If we add a double set of curly braces, it has added spaces to the left and to the right where we can add a variable called name in the middle, which looks a lot better than this. Right. Now let's remove our variable and let's add the next two extensions. The first one is called Laravel Extra IntelliSense. It's the first one created by Amir. Let's click on install. And let's also install IntelliSense for PHP. So let's search for PHP IntelliSense, and you write it in a different way. So let's click on the first one, created by Ben Milburn. Click on install. These extensions add auto-completion for things like routes, views, configuration files, Laravel mix, validation, the .env file, route middlewares, and a lot more. If we navigate back to our project directory and open the app folder at the top, HTTP folder, and the controllers folder, we've got a default controller.php file. Let's go right below our use statements, and let's define a new method right here. So let's say public function test. Let's return a view method. Now what Laravel IntelliSense recognizes is that whenever we try to pass in a parameter, so let's say single quotes, it recognizes all the views available inside our app. So if we click on welcome, it will refer to the welcome.play.php file that we have inside the views folder. Alright, let's remove our test method. Let's go back to the extensions market and let's install Laravel go to view. It's the first one created by coding you. Install it. Now let's navigate back to our controller one more time. Let's actually undo what we just deleted, excuse me. Hover over the welcome parameter. On a Mac, press down the options button. And on Windows, it will probably be control-click. So let's click on it. And as you can see, we have just been redirected to the welcome.play.php file. The same thing can be done for our controllers. So inside the extensions market, let's say Laravel. The name is a little bit different because we need to add a dash, go to dash controller. It's the first one, created by Steph. Click on install. And the most common place where you call controllers inside your application is inside the routes folder, web.php file. Now let's quickly define a route. So let's say a route : get. The endpoint is /, comma, brackets, controller, : class. And the method is index. Alright, what it allows us to do is pretty much the same. Press the options button, click on controller. We have been redirected to the controller class. Now what we can do right now is delete our route because we won't be using it anymore. And let's also delete the test method. The next extension is one that I haven't really used a lot, but I'm hearing a lot of positive things about it. Let's open the extensions market and let's search for Laravel snippets. It's the first one created by Winnie again. Click on install. What it allows you to do is use shortcuts to define broadcast, cache, routes, cookies, Eloquent, and way more. Let's open the web.php file. Write down RO, which stands for route, and another R, which will find the method redirect and resource. If we click on resource, you'll see that it auto-completed the entire route for us. Once again, let's delete the route. And let's move on to the next extension, which is called Laravel go to components. It's the first one, well, the only option. Click on install. And this extension isn't actually an easy one to show you right now because we're not working with components. And it pretty much does the same thing as the previous go to extensions. But this will go to the components rather than the view. There are also some PHP extensions that we can add. So right inside of the search bar, let's search for PHP. Most of you will have these PHP extensions installed, so I want to quickly go over them. The first one is the PHP doc block created by Neil Brayfield. Click on install. As the name implies, it creates doc blocks for your parameters. Let's also search for PHP doc comment created by Rex and install it, which will do basically the same thing for functions, variables, and classes. We have PHP namespace resolver, which is a key extension that you need to have, created by Mahedi Hassan. And what this allows you to do is to import missing namespaces. Now these were the PHP extensions that we needed for Laravel. Let's focus on some additional extensions that are not necessarily needed, but definitely good to have. The first one is called Beautify, created by HookieQR. Let's install it. And this is probably a package with the most amount of downloads I've ever seen in Visual Studio Code, since it has over 8 million downloads. Visual Studio Code has JavaScript Beautify installed by default, but there are some features missing here and there. This extension is pretty much the same extension, but on steroids. With Laravel, you'll be using the .env file quite a lot, so let's add an extension that will add colors, auto-completions, and so on to your .env file. The name of it is .env. It's the first one, created by Mike Stead. Install it. Now, once you start working with APIs, you'll be using JSON quite a lot. So let's search for paste JSON as code, created by QuickType. Let's install it. Now, this extension is pretty key since JSON code can be messy at times, especially when working with quite a lot of data. I will also be using Tailwind for this course because it's incredible and easy to integrate with Laravel. The downside of Tailwind is the fact that it has thousands of classes that you need to use. There is an extension that will fix that for you called Tailwind CSS IntelliSense. It's the first one created by Tailwind itself. Let's click on install. What this extension will do is showing you auto-completion, syntax highlighting, and linting when it comes to Tailwind. At the moment, our folder structure has no icons, which is kind of bothering me. If we search for great icons, you will find a complete list of new icon themes that you could use. This does not affect your code, just choose something you're comfortable with. Personally, I really like using VS Code Create Icons, which is the first one that has been created by Emmanuel Biziat. Let's click on install. Let's enable it by clicking on VS Code Create Icons. Let's navigate back to our project directory. And as you can see, folders have their own little icon and even the files. Blade has an icon, the routes have an icon, the .env has an icon, GitHub, and way more. The last extension that we can use has nothing to do with PHP, but it's called Database Client. It's the first one created by Siwayan. Click on install. This extension basically adds an interface where you can get access to your database. You can perform queries, delete rows, and a lot of more stuff related to database management. It also supports a lot of different types of databases such as MySQL, Postgres, SQLite, Redis, and Elasticsearch. Before we continue on, let's actually quickly set it up. Once you have installed the extension, you will see a new icon added to your left panel right below your extensions market called Database. And the icon looks like a database as well. Let's click on it. As you can see, we don't have a connection defined. So let's do that quickly. In the top right corner of your database client, you'll see some icons right here. Let's click on the plus sign to create a new connection. And let me actually close off the terminal. All right. Right here, you will see an interface that is pretty new, but the labels and input fields might not. These are pretty standard when you want to connect to your database. The host, username, and port have been defined. I don't have a password defined for MySQL. If you do, just add it right here. What we can do right now is click on connect. A message popped up saying connection success. And if we take a look at the left panel, you'll see all my databases that I have defined on my local host. There are some extensions in Visual Studio Code that allows you to set up a Debugbar in PHP. There is a package available in Laravel called PHP Debugbar, which includes a service provider to register a Debugbar in the browser. A developer called Barry van der Heuvel developed a package called Laravel Debugbar, which allows you to quickly debug your application during development inside the browser. In this video, we will be setting it up and we will be testing out some powerful features of it. We've used the term packages a couple times in this course, and a package is simply a way of adding functionality to your Laravel application that another developer created for us. In the next video, we will be going over our project directory where I'll show you in depth what happens behind the scenes when you install a Laravel package. In most cases, a package will be added through the command line interface. Visual Studio Code has an integrated command line interface that you can open by opening the terminal tab at the top, where you have the option to create a new terminal. You can use this terminal. I'll be using my external terminal since I can make the text a little bit bigger. If I try to do that in Visual Studio Code, the code text will also grow, which is kind of annoying. So let me close it off. All right. In order to install Laravel's Debugbar, you have to perform the composer require Barry vdh /Laravel-debugbar command. We're not done yet, since you don't want the debug bar to be visible once you deploy your Laravel application. You only want to see it in development mode. For that, you can add a flag to it called space --dev, which means that it's only visible in development mode. If we hit enter, it's pulling the package in right now. All right, let's navigate back to the browser and let me close off Visual Studio Code. Let's refresh our Laravel app. And right at the bottom, you'll see that our debug bar has been added. Now let me zoom in. All right. Now let's go over all the tabs that have been added. The first one is message. The message tab is something special since it will only load the facade from within your code. Once you want to log messages in your application, you have to register the facade inside the app.php file. So what you can do is navigate back to Visual Studio Code, project directory, and let me close off all the tabs. Open the config folder and let's go to the app.php file. It's registering the package that we'd like to use as a provider. So we need to scroll down to our provider. Where is it? Right here. So right above the Auth service provider, let's add a new line where we're going to say, well, we have Dary VDH / Debugbar / service provider class, comma. What we could do next is outputting messages inside our debug bar. So let's do that. Let's go back to our web.php file in the root of our directory inside our routes folder. And right above our return view welcome, we need to make sure that we send back a message before we render our view. Where we need to write down debug bar. As you can see, we have a use statement right here. So if we hit enter, it will pull it in, : : Now there are 4 types of messages that we can add. The first one is info, which accepts a string. So let's add single quotes inside the parentheses where we can print out, let's say, info. If we save it and navigate back to the browser, refresh it, you'll see that info has been printed out with an eye icon of info. Now next to info, you can also print out errors. And what we need to do is replacing info with error. Save it, navigate back, refresh it. As you can see, the text is red with an X icon. We can also print out warnings. And once again, we need to replace error with warning. Save it, navigate back. You see an exclamation mark with a yellow text. And the last one is add message, which simply outputs a message. Let's test it out. And as you can see, info has been printed out again. Now the second tab is the timeline tab. And this is pretty fun to use when you want to track how long it takes for each request. And it also shows you how much time it takes to boot your application. So let me quickly show you an example. Let's navigate back to Visual Studio Code and let's replace add message with start measure. We got to pass in 2 strings inside the start measure method. So let's remove info and let's say woohoo, comma, another string. And let's say rendering our first message. If we save it and navigate back to the browser, refresh it, you'll see that our application has been booted in 13 milliseconds and just 4 seconds to load our message that we're printing out inside the start measure method. The next available tab is our exceptions logger, right here, where you can simply log exceptions to debug your application. So let's add one. Let's navigate back. Let's remove the entire debug bar. And right here, let's define a try, where we will throw a new exception of a string, let's say try message. And right after the closing curly brace, we need to add a catch, which accepts a parameter of exception $e. Then inside our catch, we can call our debug bar facade, : and chain the add exception method to it. Inside the add exception method, we're going to pass in our $e. If we save it and navigate back to the browser, refresh it, you'll see that our exception has one message where it's trying to perform the try message that we added. So try message exclamation mark. The view tabs will show you all templates that have been rendered. At the moment, it's one, which is the welcome.blade.php file. A pretty cool feature that the view tabs has is the fact that it also includes parameters. At the moment, we have none, so let's quickly define one. Let's navigate back to our code editor and let's remove our try catch. And let's create a new variable called $name, which is equal to code with Dary. The view method accepts a second parameter, so let's add a comma. And what we want to pass in right here is an array, and let's hit enter. We're sending back a key value pair right here, where the key will be the name, while the value will be our variable name. If we save it and navigate back to the browser, refresh it, click on our welcome.blade.php file, and right here you'll see that it has one parameter called name. Then we got our routes tab, which will show you everything that is related to the route that is being called. So we got our URI, which is a get method to the / endpoint. We have the middleware, we have the use statements, the namespace, prefix, where, and the line where our route is being called, which is the web.php file on line 19 to 25. The most important tab is probably the queries tab, where you will see the queries that are being performed on your route. One thing to keep in mind is the fact that it also shows you how long it takes for a query to be fully loaded, which is a pretty good thing for a developer because you can see whether it's too long or not. If it is, you can make adjustments inside your code since it will also take a long time in production. Now the models tab will show you all the associated models. At the moment, we obviously have none. Gate is a tab that we won't be using, but the sessions one is actually pretty important because it will show you the CSRF token. It will show you the previous route, which is, well, basically a Laravel app.test endpoint. You can see flash messages and your stack data. Now the request tab is also pretty useful since it will show you everything related to your request. Think about the endpoint, status code, text, and even the content type. Now on the right hand side, you will also find some icons which can be pretty useful. The first one is the route, which is the / endpoint with a get method. Then we got our memory usage, which will be 1 MB. The third one is the request duration, which is close to 28 milliseconds. We have our PHP version, which is 8.1.3. And the last one is the folder icon. Once you click on it, you'll see a pop-up where you will find all the previous endpoints that you have been performed inside this project. This can also be pretty useful once you start working with JavaScript so you can get more information about the request. Now you can also click on the request, so let's do that, where you will be redirected to the request tab with information about that specific request. Now if we navigate back to Visual Studio Code and close off all folders that we have, you'll see that there are quite some folders and files that we actually haven't talked about. Now this is a great starting point once you're new to Laravel, but you are free to do whatever you want inside a skeleton Laravel application. Let's walk through all files and folders and you'll see what goes on inside of them and behind the scenes of a user interface. The first folder is the app folder. Let's open it. This is where the core of your application will go. Think about your models, controllers, commands that you create through Artisan. Once you create stuff like form request and mailing from the command line interface, a new folder will be created inside the HTTP directory called forms where your request will be stored. Now the HTTP directory is the place where you store your new controllers, middlewares, and requests from the browser. The second folder is the Bootstrap folder, which has nothing to do with the Bootstrap CSS framework, but it comes from bootstrapping the self-start process. In here, you will find one file called app.php, which is a file that will automatically load the classes to boot up the start of your application. We've also got the cache directory, which contains framework-generated files for performance optimization, such as the route and services cache files. Then we have the config folder, where you find all the configuration files. Every file that is located inside this folder uses the same structure. If we open the database.php file, you'll see that it starts off by returning an array, where our default database connection, right here, will be grabbed from the .env file, so the .env method, where it will search for a variable called db_connection. If that doesn't exist, it has a default value of MySQL. If we scroll down, you'll find a complete section with all database drivers that we can use. We got SQLite, MySQL, PGSQL, SQL Server, and this works pretty much in the same way as the database connection, where it will search for an environment variable, as you could see, let's say for the password, and it has a default value, which is the second parameter of empty. Now next to the config directory, we have our database directory, where you will find everything that's related to databases. We've got our factories, where you store factory classes that allow you to build fake data for your models. We've got the migration directory, where migrations are stored, which allows you to create a table inside your database. And we've got the CDIS directory, where you have CDIR files that allows you to include dummy data to the database. Then we have our lang folder, which stores all of your application language files. At the moment, we only have English. Then we have our public directory, which is the main entry point of all requests coming in. The index.php file can be seen as the front controller that kicks off the bootstrapping process and routes all requests in the correct way. Besides that, you can store files that are open to the public. Think about images, style sheets, scripts, and so on. The resources directory consists of all files that are needed for other scripts. Think about your views, CSS files, and JavaScript. Then we have the routes folder, which speaks for itself because we can store all routes right here, but in separate files. Inside the api.php file, you'll store files that uses the route service provider that are placed inside the API middleware group. The channels.php file is the place where to register all your event broadcasting channels. The console.php file is the location where you define all your closure-based console commands. And finally, the web.php file, which we will be using most of the time inside this course because we will place all web routes right here. Now inside the storage folder, you'll find a couple other directories. The first one is the app directory, where you will store files that have been generated by your application. Think about PDFs that are created inside the checkout process. We've got the Debugbar that we pulled in as a composer package, the framework directory, where you store stuff like cache, and the logs directory that has a laravel.log file inside of it, which consists of all the logs that you have inside your current application. Once you create stuff like unit tests and integration tests, you'll store them inside the test directory. And the last directory that we have is the vendor directory. Once you install a dependency through Composer, it will be stored right here. If you are using Git right now or even later on, keep in mind that this file will be excluded from pushing to Git. The main reason why is simply because Composer is expected to run as a part of your deploy process on any server, meaning that once you try to deploy your project, you need to perform a Composer install. Now let's close it off. And the next file is the editor config. And this is basically a file for your text editor such as Visual Studio Code, which gives instructions about Laravel's coding standards. As you can see, it has an indent size of 4. It's defining the char set, for example, and even whether to trim or twill white spaces, which has been set to true. Inside a Laravel project, we will be using something which is called an environment variable quite a lot, which can be found inside the .env file. An environment variable is pretty strong because it can be used throughout your entire application. Also, another quick note, the .env file will not be pushed to Git since these are credentials for your own application. But the .env.example, on the other hand, is a template of the .env file that each environment should duplicate to create its own. Now this file will be pushed to Git. Then we have the Git attributes and the Git ignore, which are both Git configuration files. We have the style ci.yaml, which is a YAML file that has some configuration stuff inside of it. We've already touched on it, but Laravel uses a tool called Artisan that has a lot of built-in command line actions that we can perform to create files. That all goes through this Artisan file. We have our composer.json and composer.log file. Both of them are configuration files for Composer. The composer.json file is editable, while the composer.log, as the name implies, is not because it's locked. These files have a lot of information about PHP dependencies that are being used inside the project. Right inside of the require section right here, you'll see a package that we required in development mode, which is the Laravel Debugbar, which is using a version of 3.6. Now the package.json file is pretty similar to the composer file, but it's used for front-end assets in the system. We'll be using a node manager called npm in the series, which is a JavaScript-based dependency. The phpunit.xml file is an XML file that contains configurations for phpunit, which is one of the most used Laravel tools for testing. The readme file is a Git-based markdown file, which we won't be needing. And finally, we have our webpack.mix.js file, which is an optional configuration file when working with Laravel Mix. You will basically define how your frontend should be compiled and processed. In the previous video, I've mentioned that the core settings of any Laravel application can be found inside the config folder. Right here, you will find stuff like broadcasting, cache, database connections, hashing, mailing, queues, and a lot more. If we open one, so let's say the service.php file, you will find the same structure in every configuration file. It will start off with a return statement, where it will return an array with key value pairs inside of it. Now each value inside this array is accessible by a config key. So every value that you see, so domain, secret, endpoint, token, key, secret, and region, are accessible by a configuration key where you need to pass in the file name, the key, so mailgun, postmark, ses, and the value, separated by dots. So let's access the .env variable of mailgun_domain. If we navigate to our routes folder at the bottom and open a web.php file, remove our variable name, and let's also remove the array that we're returning. Alright, go right above our return statement, where we're going to define the config method, which is used to access the config folder. Inside the config method, we need to add a set of single quotes. And as you can see, IntelliSense is already recognizing the values that we can access. But what we want to do is to go inside the services.php file. So let's say services. Then we need to make sure that we access mailgun. So we need to write down .mailgun. And you already see the three values where we can choose from: domain, endpoint, and secret. And what we want is the .domain. I actually forgot to wrap it inside a DD. So a die dump. So let's go right in front of config. Let's add DD, opening curly brace, go to the end and close it off. Save it. Let's navigate back to the browser, refresh it. And as you could see, the return value is null. And that's happening because mailgun domain has not been set inside the .env file. So let's open the service.php file one more time. Right after our .env value, we're going to add a default of test_mailgun. Save it. Let's navigate back, refresh it, and right here, you'll see that test_mailgun has been printed out. Now let's navigate back and let's undo what we just did. And let's also delete the DD inside our route. Now let's talk about the .env helper function we've been seeing quite a lot in here. Now the env method that you see right here is called a helper function, which will simply pull a value that has been passed inside of it from the .env file. Keep in mind that the key that we're seeing right here needs to be equal to the key inside the .env file. And it's also case sensitive. A best practice in Laravel, and actually in any other language, is to always define your .env variables in capitals. So let's open the .env file from the root of our directory. And right here, you will find quite some environment variables that are needed by the framework. So think about your database settings right here, your broadcast driver, your crash driver, your session driver, and way more. But if we search for an environment variable called mailgun_domain, you'll see that it does not exist. So most of the .env variables that are defined inside the config folder do not exist. Once you want to use it, you have to double check whether the name is inside the config folder or not. I won't go into all of these variables that we have right here, but I do want to point out two pretty important variables that every Laravel developer should be aware of. The first one is at the top, which is the app_key. Now the value of it is a hashed string, which is encrypted, and this is never empty. Once you clone a Laravel project from the internet, you will most likely have an empty app key, which means that your application will not be visible in the browser. So let's remove it. Save it, and let's navigate back to Brave, refresh our page. As you could see, we've been prompted with an error message saying that no application encryption key has been specified. Once this happened to you, make sure that you go to the CLI, and inside the CLI, you perform the php artisan key::generate command. What Laravel will do for us is generating a new artisan key. If we hit enter, navigate back to the browser, refresh your endpoint, you'll see that our page is back up, and if we go to our code editor, you'll see that our app key has been set again. Now the second environment variable you should be aware of is the app_debug on the line below. As you could see from the value, we're dealing with a boolean. Once the value has been set to true, like it is right now, a user of your application will see debug errors. Once it has been set to false, they won't. This is great when working on local projects versus projects that have been in production. So let's test it out. Let's set it to false and let's delete our app key one more time. Save it and let's navigate back, refresh it, And a minute or two ago, Laravel threw an error message that the key wasn't set. Right now, you'll see that we've been hit with a 500 error code, which is a server error, but the error message has not been printed out. Let's navigate back to the code editor and undo what we just did, save it. And the last thing that I want to show you is using environment variables outside of your config folder, which pretty much works in the same way. Let's open the web.php file right above our return statement. Let's create a DD. Inside our DD, call the env method and simply pass in a string right here where we need to add the key of the value that we want to print out. In our case, let's say db_host. If we save it and navigate back to the browser, refresh it, you'll see that our local IP address has been printed out. Before we wrap up this video, let's navigate back to Visual Studio Code one more time. Let's remove our DD, save it. If you're familiar with MVC, you know that the controller has a couple key functionalities. The first one is the fact that it accepts HTTP requests from the user interface. Think about forms that needs to be submitted. It can also get the right data from the database. Think about user authentication. A user enters credentials inside input fields on the user interface, while a request will be done to check whether those credentials exist or not. It also handles input validation, to check whether an input field where numbers needs to be added are actual numbers. At the end of all those functionalities, it usually sends back a response to the user. In Laravel, it will pretty much work in the same exact way. The end user interacts with the controller by sending an HTTP request from the front end. Then the controller responds to that request by either persisting data to the database or retrieving data from the model. Once the data has been retrieved or persisted, the controller will send back data to the view, which will then be visible for the end user. Laravel comes with a pretty cool tool called Artisan, which can be used to run migrations, create users, database records, and a lot of other stuff. We don't need to create controllers manually anymore since we can use Artisan to create controllers for us. So let's test it out. Let's navigate to the CLI. Now let me write down clear. Alright. And if we perform the PHP Artisan command right here, you'll find a complete list of commands that you can perform inside the CLI. I'm not going to cover all these individually, but we will be using a lot of them throughout this course. If we scroll up to the make section right here, you'll find all PHP classes that you can create through Artisan. The one command that we need is the make control command right here, which will create a new controller class for us. The left hand side is the action that we need to perform, so make controller, while the right hand side is the description, so it will create a new controller class for us. So let's do that. Inside the CLI, let's say PHP Artisan. Then we need to say what we want to do. We want to make a controller, space. Before we hit enter, we got to make sure that we add our controller name. Keep in mind that this will also be the class name and the file name. In our case, let's call it posts controller. Let's hit enter. As you could see, Artisan responded back with a message saying that the controller has been created successfully. If we navigate back to Visual Studio Code, controllers are stored inside the app folder, HTTP folder, controllers folder, where you will find the postcontroller.php file. Right here, you will see a default PHP structure with the opening tag. It has a namespace and a use statement right here, which is the illuminate HTTP request. Use statements are always defined above the class. What you're basically saying inside a use statement is, well, we've got our request class, copy everything inside the class, so we can use it inside our controller class. At the moment, you'll see that our use statement has a lighter color than our namespace and our class right here. This means that it has been pulled in, but it's currently not being used. Finally, we got our class called postController, which is extending the default controller, as you could see right here, called controller. We have complete freedom to do whatever we want inside our controller, but in most cases, you will be creating methods right here, which will then return something back. This can be a string, view, or whatever you want. So let's define one. Let's say public function index. And a quick note, we're adding an access modifier of public right here, since we're going to use this class inside the web.php file to output it inside the browser. Therefore, we can't use a protected or private use statement, since those are only accessible inside our post controller class. So let's return something inside our index method. Let's say return a simple string of this is the index method inside the post controller. Keep in mind that you need to close it off with a semicolon. This does not magically show us the return statement inside the controller. What we need to do is creating a route that knows where to look for our index method. This can be done inside the routes.php folder where we have a web.php file. Let's open it. Laravel defines a default route for us, and I actually don't want to spend too much time going over it. So let's just remove it, since there is a better way of defining a route. Whenever you want to create a new route, you need to start off with a route facade. So let's write down route. It's already pulled in, as you could see. Where is it? Right here. Then we need to say colon, followed with the HTTP method we're trying to perform. In our case, we simply want to output something to the browser, which will be the get method. Now the get method accepts two parameters. The first one will be a string of our endpoint. So what our endpoint should be is a /block. Right outside of our route, let's add a comma and let's define a set of brackets, since we're going to pass in two values right here. The first one will be the associated controller with our /block endpoint. In our case, it will be post controller. Keep in mind that we need to pull in the use statement, otherwise it won't work. So let's hit enter. It is a class, so in order to make this work, we need to add a double colon, class. Then inside our array, we need to add a comma because we have a second value, which will be the method that we're trying to reach inside our post controller. Now in our case, in single quotes, it will be index. Let's save it, and let's navigate back to the browser. Let's change our endpoint to /block. And as you could see, the index method inside the post controller has been printed out. Let me actually zoom in. All right. Now the term CRUD is very well used when it comes to Laravel. If we think about a basic block that uses CRUD functionalities, we have the opportunity to first create a new block. We can read information of one single blog post. We can update a specific blog post, and we can also delete a blog post. Those are the four primary operations that web applications most commonly provide on a controller. Those four CRUD operations do need to have methods inside the controller. Laravel has some conventions for all of those routes of a traditional CRUD controller, which is called a resource controller. It also allows you to generate one out of the box, with all methods defined inside of it. So what we can do is navigate back to Visual Studio Code. Let's delete our post controller for a second. Move it to the trash. All right. What we then can do is navigate back to the CLI. And inside the CLI, hit the arrow up because we're simply going to perform the same command, but we're going to add a new flag to it. So let's say space, -- and the flag is called resource. Let's hit enter. Our controller has been created successfully. So let's navigate back to Visual Studio Code and let's open our post controller. And as you could see, our controller has been pre-filled with some methods. And let me show you what all those methods should be doing when we're talking about our blog example. So the index method should show all available posts. So every single one that we have inside of our database. Then we have our create method, which obviously creates a new post. We have our store method, and the store values come from the HTTP request, as you can see as a parameter. That's why you're seeing the request object as an argument. Then we have the show method, which will show one post based on the ID, as you could see once again inside the parameter. Then once a user submits the edit page, it will be handled inside the update method, which will grab the request and it will update one specific post. Finally, there's a destroy method, which will delete one row inside the database based on a given ID. Now let's navigate back to the index method at the top, right here. Let's remove the comment and let's quickly return a string of index of blog method. If we save it and navigate back to the browser, refresh the endpoint, you'll see that index of blog method has been printed out. But this does not work for all methods we got defined. There is a command that I've showed you before that you can perform inside the CLI to show all routes available in your project. So inside the CLI, let's perform the PHP artisan route :list command. Don't worry about all those rights that you're seeing right now. The one that we need is this one, which is a get method to our blog, which is using the post controller at index. So the index method inside the post controller. But we're missing all those other methods that we should have right here. So should we add them all manually inside the web.php file? Now there is actually a trick in Laravel to add all those methods right here. So what we can do is basically defining a new route. So let's say route, : Instead of giving it a get method, we can use the resource method right here. Now the first parameter will be the same as before, so blog. And keep in mind that the / is actually optional. I always forget saying that, so let's just try it out without one now. Then right after our endpoint, let's add a comma. Instead of defining an array, we're simply going to call the post controller, : class, which will grab all methods that we have defined inside the post controller and will chain it at the blog endpoint. So let's comment out the first route that we had, save it, navigate back to iterm, hit the arrow up and run the route list command one more time. Now right here, you will see that we have the index, store, create, show, update, destroy, and edit endpoints defined right after our / blog endpoint. Before I wrap up the video, I want to show you how you can easily return a view back to the browser. At the moment, let's open the post controller, we're returning a simple string, which is something that you will probably never do again. So let's remove the string. And what we can do right here is exactly the same as what we saw in the default route that Laravel added inside the web.php file, is returning the view method. Now inside the view method, we need to make sure that we return a string of the path. We haven't defined the view yet for our / blog endpoint, so let's open the resource folder, views folder, and let's create a new folder called blog. Then inside the blog folder, create a new file called index.blade.php. Now let's write down h1 here and hit tab. Let's add the text of index method of blogs. Then let's navigate back to the post controller one more time. The view method knows that it needs to look inside the resources folder, then inside the views folder, but it doesn't know that it needs to go inside the blog folder. So first, let's define blog right here, and you already see the option. Instead of adding a / to access the index.blade.php file, we need to add a punctuation mark, followed with the first path of our view. There's no need to add the .blade.php file extension. All we need to do is say, well, get me the blog folder .index file. If we save it and navigate back to the browser, refresh your endpoint, you'll see that the index method of blogs has been printed out. There might be a chance inside your web application where you need a controller that only uses one single route. You should probably create a new method inside a controller where you simply return a view. If we change our endpoint to /, you'll see that we're getting a 404. And let me actually close off my Debugbar. Alright. This means that the page has not been found. So let's define a new controller inside the CLI. Let's say PHP artisan make me a controller called home controller. Let's hit enter and let's navigate back to Visual Studio Code. Open the controllers folder and the home controller. It's kind of overkill to define a new method right here called public function index, and where we return a view to, let's say, index. We all know that PHP has some magic methods that you can define. We're all familiar with the most used one, which is the construct magic method. But you can also define the invoke method, which allows you to invoke an instance of a class. That instance will then treat it like a function and call it. So instead of defining the index method right here, let's delete it and let's define a new one. To do that, we simply need to start off with public function again. Then we need to add a double underscore invoke, where we will return a view to the index page. Keep in mind that you can use the invoke method just like any other method. You can define Eloquent queries, logic, and way more. So whenever you want to use one single method inside a controller, I recommend you to use the invoke method like we've done right now. So let's put this in work, since we do need to create the view and the route. So let's scroll down to the resources folder and let's remove the welcome.blade.php file. And inside the views folder, let's define a new file called index.blade.php. In here, let's create an h1 and let's say homepage brackets invoke or something. Save it, open the web.php file and let me add a comment where I will say that this is the route for the invoke method. Then on the line below, we need to make sure that we define the route, which can be done in the same exact way as defining a route for a resource. So let's say route, : Well, we're going to use a get method, The endpoint will be /. Then we don't need to add an array right here because we're simply going to call the controller, which will be home controller, : class. Save it. Let's navigate back to the browser. And as you could see, homepage invoke has been printed out. We've talked about routes a little bit in the controllers episode, and we've only talked about the getRoute method since this is the most common one. Let's navigate back to the web.php file right here, and let's remove this comment block that we have. Next to the getRoute method, Laravel provides 6 more options that you could use. We obviously got the getRoute, which will be used to either get a resource or multiple. So it will request a resource. And typing and talking is pretty difficult. Then we got the second most common HTTP method, which is the post method. And the post method is mainly used whenever you want to create a new resource. So simply a new row inside your database. Then we got the put method, which is used whenever you want to update a resource. We've got the patch method, which is used to modify a resource. Wait, why do put and patch perform the same operation? With the put request, you're going to modify every single value inside that single row, while the patch method only modifies the values that have been changed. Then we got the delete method, and as the name implies, this will delete a resource, so a single row. Finally, we got the options method, which will ask the server which verbs are allowed at a given URI. And this is actually not one that we will be using, but it's good to know that it does exist. Now I've got a route defined right here that I commented out, which will get one single resource. And let's actually comment out the resource route that I have as well. Whenever you want to grab all blocks from the database, you will be performing the get request to the /block endpoint. So get request. But when it comes to blog posts, you also want to show a user one single post, right? A user can click on a post in a complete list of posts where information about a specific post is visible. So let's duplicate our route. And whenever you want to request one specific post, you need to request the blog / a unique value that represents that specific post. In our case, let's just say 1. So we're accessing one specific post where the ID is 1. Now this will not be visible inside the index method, but it will be inside the show method that shows information about one specific post. Now let's duplicate this line 2 more times. So where we're going to perform the post request. The first one is the get request, obviously, which will show the /blog /create page. So the actual form for the user. And that's a typo, inside the show method. Now the create method will be visible inside the create method inside our controller. And once a user submits the form where the input fields have been entered, it will be redirected to the /blog endpoint. But we're not going to perform a get request, but a post request inside the store method. So it will be stored inside the database. Now the same format needs to be performed, so let's copy paste it, when you want to update something, so either a put or patch. First, we need to get one single post to the /blog /edit / the specific ID, in our case it's 1 for now, and we're going to call the edit method. Then we need to request the actual update, which will be done inside the patch method, where we are going to update once again one specific block, so /blog /1 inside the update method. Finally, we got our delete method, so let's copy this line. Let's say delete, which will have the HTTP method of delete. Once again, we're going to delete on one specific ID, where the method inside our post controller will be destroy. Now all these routes that I just defined right here will be handled inside the resource method. Now let's say that you've got a route that accepts multiple HTTP methods, so a post and a GET request. Laravel got two methods on how you can handle that. So let me add a new comment which says multiple HTTP verbs. The first one is calling our route. Instead of saying get or post, we're going to say match. The match accepts three parameters. The first one is an array, so brackets, where we need to define the HTTP verbs you'd like to check. So in single quotes, get, comma, post. Then we need to define our endpoint, so right after our array, / block, another parameter, because we need to define, once again, the controller, which will be post controller, colon class, comma, and the method will be index. Unlike the post, put, and patch, we can actually test this out inside the browser, but we do have to comment out all the other routes that we have for a second. So let's do that. Save it and let's navigate back to the browser. Go to our / blog endpoint, and as you can see, it's still visible. Let's undo what we just did. And let me show you the second method. So let's comment out our route. And what we can do is create another route, colon, and the HTTP verb that we're going to add is any. Now the any method accepts two parameters because we're not going to define HTTP verbs ourselves because it can be obviously any. So the endpoint is / blog, comma, the method is post controller, the controller is the post controller, colon class, and the method will be index. Save it and let's actually comment it out one more time. Navigate back to the browser, refresh it, and it's still visible. Let's undo what we just did and let's comment out this line. Before I wrap up the video, I want to show you the last method that you can use, and that's used whenever you don't need to look for a controller but simply want to pass in a view. So let's define a new comment where we're simply going to return a view. Then we're going to define a route, colon, and the method that we're going to use right here is the view method. Inside the view method, we need to pass in two required parameters, and the third one is optional. The first one is the URI, so let's say / blog, comma. Then we got to define the view without the extension. In our case, let's say blog.index. Let's save it. Let's navigate back to the browser, refresh it, and as you can see, the page is still visible. Like I've said, there is an additional parameter that you can pass in, which is an array of the data. So right after our view, let's add a comma, brackets, where we're going to define a key value pair. The key, in our case, will be name, while the value is code with Dary. Now let's open our index.blade.php file inside the blog folder, right below our h1, create blade snippets, and say $name. If we navigate back to the browser, refresh it, you'll see that code with Dary has been printed out. Now before I wrap up the video, let's clean up our code a little bit. First, we're going to remove our $name variable inside our index. Let's close it off. Now inside the web.php file, we're not going to use the view method, so let's comment it out. All right, and let's pull the resource route up to the top because we will be using that later on as well, and the invoke method as well. When it comes to CRUD applications, you don't want to define a static ID like we've done right now. What you do want to use right here is called a route parameter. So we're simply going to replace the ID of one that we have right here with a variable that can be changed based on the ID. Whenever you want to define a route parameter in Laravel, you got to obviously remove the static ID and replace it with a set of curly braces. Then inside the curly braces, you got the option to pass in a variable name. If I could give you a suggestion, keep this equal to the actual value you'll be expecting. If it's a name, write down name right here. If it's an ID, write down ID. What we will be doing is using the ID, so let's write down ID. Right now, we've told our get endpoint, so right here, that will show one specific post that it always needs to receive an ID. So let's change this up for the edit method, the patch method, and the delete method. If we try to test this out inside the browser right now, we will not receive anything, since we got nothing defined inside the show method of our post controller. So let's add that. Let's go to our post controller, scroll down to the show method, you'll see that by default, resource already defines the parameter, so $ID, and this variable ID will be the same one that we will be adding inside the URL. Now, in order to test this out, let's return that specific ID, save it, let's navigate back to the browser, and let's change our endpoint to /block/1. You'll see that the variable ID that we have inside the URI, so 1, has been printed out inside the browser. If we change it to 10, so ID of 10, you'll see that 10 will be printed out. At the moment, we're saying that the ID is required whenever we want to show one single post to the end user. Let me quickly show that to you. We've already got our /blog defined, and let's change it to article for a second. Save it and let's navigate back to Chrome, change it to article. Now this works fine. But if we remove our 10, so our variable ID, you'll see that we're receiving a 404 and the page has not been found. This is good since the article endpoint has not been defined, but the article /ID is. Now Laravel allows us to make our route parameter optional, and it's super easy to do that. Let's navigate back to the web.php file. And in order to make it optional, we need to add a question mark right after our variable name. So in our case, it's ID, question mark. If we save it and navigate back to the browser, refresh it, you'll see that we're receiving an error message because our show method does still accept a parameter. Whenever this happens to you, you should provide a default value inside the controller. What we can do is navigate back to the post controller, is that whenever the ID has not been provided, show a default value or a fallback ID of 1. If we save it and navigate back to Google Chrome, refresh it, you'll see that our fallback ID of 1 has been printed out. And if we change our endpoint to 100, you'll see that 100 overwrites the default ID of 1. In most cases, you won't be showing a fallback ID, but it's good to know that you actually can do that. So let's undo everything that we just created. Go to our web.php, change it to /blog, and remove the question mark. A pretty cool feature that Laravel offers is adding regex patterns for your route parameters. At the moment, we're telling our show route that the route parameter should be an ID, which is equal to a number. By adding a regular regex expression, we're going to tell our route that it should only match a particular pattern. For our ID, we got to tell that it only should accept numbers. In Laravel, this can be done with a method which is called method chaining. Method chaining is an interface that allows you to chain method calls, which eventually results in less code. In order to add method chaining, we got to go right after our closing parentheses of the show method, add a dash, followed with a greater than sign, where we got to define the method name that we would like to chain on our route. In our case, we're going to chain the where method. At the moment, we're receiving an error message because it accepts the name of the parameter with the expression. So let's start off with the parameter. In single quotes, we're going to say that our ID should be, so comma, another set of single quotes, a regex pattern of brackets. Inside the brackets, we're going to say number 0-9. And right after our closing bracket, we're going to add a plus. So it can be 10, 11, 12, and so on. If we save it and navigate back to the browser, refresh our endpoint, we get to make sure that we change article to blog. You'll see that 100 has been printed out, and this works fine. If we change it to, let's say, Dary, you'll see that we're getting an error message saying that the get method is not supported when adding a string as a route parameter. Now the same thing can be done for strings. So let's navigate back, and let's duplicate the line of code that we have, and let's comment out the ID. Now for the duplicated route, let's change ID to name, where we're going to show the block endpoint where the name is equal to not 0-9, but capital A dash capital Z, the lower cases as well, so A-C. Now let me actually add this on the line below, which makes it a little bit easier to read. If we save it and navigate back, refresh it, you'll see that Dary is accepted, which is a string. And if we change it back to, let's say, 100, we're getting the same error message as before because an integer is not supported right here. We could even make it more advanced by passing in multiple parameters and regexes. So let's navigate back, let's copy this line and let's comment it out, and let's duplicate it on the line below. Right in front of our variable name, let's add a variable ID as well, so both of them, so block ID and then name. Let's remove everything that we have inside our where method, because we're going to define two regexes right here inside an array, so let's add brackets and hit enter. All right. Now, this will be a key value pair. The first one will be the ID, which has a value of a string, brackets, plus, and the value is 0-9. And the same thing needs to be done for our second parameter, which will be the name, which has a value of a-z, a-z. Save it. Let's navigate back to Google Chrome. Change our endpoint to /block1/Dary. You'll see that this works fine. And if we do it the other way, so Dary/1, you see that once again, we're receiving a 404 because the parameters do not match the regex. Laravel isn't Laravel if it hasn't defined helper methods for what we're doing right now, which makes your life a lot easier. Whenever you are dealing with a name or ID, Laravel defined a pretty cool helper that you can implement. So let's navigate back and let's comment out what we just did right here. And let's uncomment the first route that we defined, where the ID is a number. Let's remove the entire where method, where we're going to chain the where number method. Now the where number method will check whether it matches the regex we defined before. We do need to pass in a value right here, which is the name of our route parameter, which will be ID. Save it and let's navigate back. Our endpoint needs to be changed to /block1/. This works fine. If we change it to Dary or Ari, you'll see that we're receiving the same error message. Now the same thing can be done for the name. So let's comment out this line again and uncomment the block1/name endpoint, where we're going to remove the where method and replace it with where alpha. And here we need to pass the route parameter name of name. Save it, let's navigate back, refresh it, and Ari has been printed out. Let's change it to a number, and we're once again getting the same error message. Finally, the power of method chaining comes in clutch right now for our last route. Let's navigate back, and let's comment out what we just copied, and uncomment the where clause where we have an ID. Remove the entire where clause actually, where we're going to chain the where number method first, which has the ID. Then on the line below, we can add another chain, which is the where alpha. And this needs to be the name. So let's add that. Save it. Once again, let's navigate back to the browser, refresh our endpoint to /10/Dary. You'll see that this works because it matches the pattern. And if we change it to Dary/10, we're getting a 404. Now Laravel offers a pretty amazing feature which is called named routes. If we navigate back to our code editor and open our index.blade.php file inside our block folder, we all know that we can define an anchor where we need to add an href. So let's say that our href is /block and the text is block. What we're doing right here is adding a static link to our path, which can be terrible once you need to change up your routes in a later phase. The simplest way of making these routes dynamic inside your application is naming each route, which will then help you to refer to it without explicitly defining a static path. The first step that we need to perform is chaining the route method on our routes. So let's open the web.php file and let me actually clean this up a little bit. All right, we do need the block ID and let's remove the where ID method as well. Now, if we start off with our first route, so our /block endpoint, we could simply chain the name method to it, where we need to define a name for our route as a string. So let's add single quotes and let's say block.index. All right, let's use our route inside our view. Let's return to our index.blades.php file and let's remove our static /block. And let's also remove the double quotes. We will be focusing on Blade later on, but for now, let's add a double set of curly braces, and inside of it, we can use Laravel's global route method. The route method is something which is used quite a lot inside views to simplify linking to a named route. we need to tell our href, well, what route do we need to call right here? It's the one that we just defined. So inside our routes method, let's add single quotes, blog.index. If we save it, navigate back to Google Chrome, refresh our /blog endpoint, you'll see our new blog button, click on it, and we have been redirected to the /blog endpoint. This still doesn't showcase you the advantage of the named method. So let's navigate back to the web.php file, open the web.php file, and if we change our endpoint to /article instead of blog, save it, navigate back to our /endpoint, change our endpoint to /article, click on blog, you'll see that we have been redirected to /article again. Now what about our second route? So our /blog /id. Let's chain the name method to it. And we need to add a named route of blog.show. We've got a small issue right here because we're dealing with a route parameter. Now this can be handled inside our view. So let's open the index.blade.php file. And right after our blog.index, so our route name, add a comma. And we're going to pass in an array where we have a key value pair of id is equal to 1. Now we're not done yet because we're not going to the blog.index named route, but to the blog.show. If we save it and navigate to the browser, click on blog, you'll see that we have been redirected to /blog /1. Now let's change it up for all routes. So let's go to the web.php file. We've got our blog.create, so let's chain the name method where we have a route of blog.create. The same thing needs to be done for the store method, so name blog.store. So whenever we want to update it as well, so chain the method, which is blog.edit. We have the name of blog.update and for the destroy as well. So let's say name blog.destroy. Now if we save it and navigate back to the CLI, perform the php artisan route colon list command, you'll see that right in front of the controller and index method, we've got the route name defined. So blog.index, store, create, edit, show, update, and destroy. Whenever you're working with a resource controller, you don't have to define route names for these methods. If we navigate back to the web.php file, and let's comment out all these routes, and let's uncomment our resource route, save it, let's navigate back to the terminal, hit the arrow up, run the command, you'll see that our named routes are still defined. If we navigate back to the browser, refresh your endpoint, you'll see that /blog /1 is still defined. What the resource controller does is binding all of the routes with the appropriate method names on the specified controller. So let's navigate back to our web.php file one more time and undo what we just did. Save it, replace /article to /blog again. So a quick recap. Whenever you are working in a Laravel application where you want to make the process of changing the URI easier, you could use named routes. Now looking at our routes right now, you'll see a clear pattern where they all start with /blog. These are named grouped routes. What we can do is structure it a little bit more to grouping them with a predefined prefix of blog. So let's start off by creating a new route right below our delete route called route : but instead of adding an HTTP verb, we're going to say prefix. Inside the prefix method, we got to define the prefix of all of our routes. As you could see, they all start with /blog. What our goal eventually is adding all the routes above inside the prefix route. That can be done by chaining a method to it called group. Inside the group method, we need to have a function callback, so function, parentheses, curly brace. Let's hit enter. All right. What we could do right now is simply placing all of the routes above inside our prefix method. So let's do that. So let's add these right here. Whoops, that went wrong. These two as well. These two as well. And the last one, so the delete one as well. Let me outline it a little bit. All right, let's delete all the comments. And let me make my sidebar a little bit smaller. Now keep in mind that whenever you want to remove blog inside your grouped routes, you need to have the / route defined that represents the root of your blog page. So let's remove it and keep the /, but let's delete it for all the other routes. All right. And that's the last one. If we save it and navigate back to the CLI, perform the PHP artisan route list command, you see that the endpoint still starts with block. It has a named route of block.index, and it's calling the post controller @index method. If we navigate back to the browser, refresh our /block endpoint, you'll see that this works fine. The last route type that I want to show you are fallback routes. There is a big chance that the user of your application tries to access a page that doesn't exist. If we change our endpoint to /about, you'll see that we're getting a 404 and the page has not been found. Whenever you implement a fallback route inside your application, it will overwrite the 404 page, where you can add way more functionality than a 404 page itself. Fallback routes needs to be defined inside the web.php file, at the end of your routes file. So you can't place it right above your prefix method right here. So let's go to the bottom. Let's define a new route called fallback route, route : and the HTTP method that we're going to add right here is called fallback. You could return a function right here that prints out a simple message, or you could call a controller that will output data from the database. So let's look at an example. A user is trying to access a blog post that doesn't exist. Would you want to show him a static message, or would you rather show a page where you list all recent blog posts so that the user stays on your web page? Well, I think the second solution is the best. So let's define a new controller inside the CLI. So let's say PHP artisan make controller called fallback controller. What we will be doing then is going inside the fallback method, where we will directly call our fallback controller. So let's say fallback controller, pull it in, : class. So we don't need to define the endpoint. What we will be doing inside our fallback controller, so let's open it, is defining the public function _invoke method, because we're simply going to use one method. Right here, we're going to return a view, first to fallback.index. We haven't defined it yet, so let's do that. Let's scroll down and inside the views folder, create a new folder called fallback. And inside the fallback folder, we're going to create a new file called index.blade.php. We're not going to do anything special here yet, but we will definitely do that in a later phase where we will be using Eloquent. Inside our index method, let's define an h1, where we're going to return a message of fallback page once a route doesn't exist. If we save it, navigate back to the browser and refresh our endpoint, you'll see that our custom fallback page has overridden the default 404 page, and fallback page once a route doesn't exist has been printed out. For some reason, I think it's better to start off with databases and Eloquent before we dive into views. That's mostly because I want to show data that we pull from the database inside a view. 99.9% of the people here will be using Laravel to interact with your application's database. Before we can do anything related to databases, we need to make sure that we configure our database correctly. Before we configure it right now, let's have a look inside the configurations for our database access that can be found like any other configuration file inside the config folder where we have a database.php file. By default, there is one connection for every driver. We've got SQLite, MySQL, PGSQL, SQL Server, but keep in mind that you can change up these values to whatever database you'd like to use. Another quick note is the fact that you can have multiple drivers running on one project. Let's say that you want to use different database connections for two different types of data. One to read post, while the other one, you want to write data inside another one. If we scroll up to our MySQL driver, right here, you'll see that the URL, host, port, database name, username and password and a couple other values are coming from the .env file. So do not change up the values right here, but instead, let's open the .env file in the root of our directory and change it up right here. On line number 11, you'll see that we start off with our database connection, which in my case will be MySQL. The host will be our local host, so 127.0.0.1. The database port is 3306. The database name is defined by Laravel itself, which is equal to our project name, but you can change it up right here. So let's say Laravel app or something else. Then the username is root by default, and for myself it is root as well. Then we got our password, which is also empty for me, but you can add it right here. The only downside of Laravel when it comes to migrations is the fact that it does not have an option to create a database through the CLI. Like I've mentioned in the beginning of this course, I've got an extension installed called Database Client, which can be found in the sidebar of my Visual Studio Code. Right here, I can connect to my databases through an interface. If you got it installed as well, you can open it in the left panel, right-click on your local host, and let's add a new database. It's pretty simple to create a database right here because we only need to replace brackets name with our actual database name. In our case, it will be Laravel app. Right above our create database Laravel app, you'll see a play button where you can run the SQL query. Let's click on it. As you can see, it returned a message saying that the execution was successful and our database has been created. And right inside of the left panel, you'll see our Laravel app database. There isn't really an option in Laravel to check whether we have our database connection set up correctly or not. There is a little workaround of it, which is through Artisan Tinker. Tinker is a read evil print loop. Well, that sounds weird. Artisan Tinker is basically a command prompt where you can time your commands, hit run, and then expect what you type to be evaluated and the response printed out. Tinker needs to be accessed through the CLI. So let's navigate back to the terminal. Let me write down clear right here. In here, we can perform PHP artisan tinker to get access to Tinker. In order to test our connection out, we should write down db in capital, : connection, which is a method, so we need to add parentheses. Then we need to chain a method called get, P, D, O. If we hit enter, you'll see that our MySQL connection has been found and we are connected right now. In order to exit Tinker, we simply need to write down exit, semicolon, and as you could see, it prompted us with a exit, goodbye message. Now that we have created our database, it's time to focus on the tables that we're going to add inside of it, since we need to store data inside a table. In Laravel, you won't hear the term tables that much when it comes to databases, since it's being referred to as migrations. Migrations allows you to create database tables without using a tool like the database client to create tables through an interface. By default, migrations are stored inside the database folder in the root of our directory, where you will find a migrations folder. Laravel offers 4 migrations out of the box, which are all related to authentication. If we take a look at the file names right here, you'll find a pretty interesting convention. It starts off with a couple weird numbers. Well, these numbers are actually not that weird because these are timestamps. When you're going to migrate your migrations, the system will grab every single migration here in order by date. It will start off with the most recent one, which will be the users table, so the first one, followed with the create password, create field jobs, create personal access tokens. We're not going to focus on these out-of-the-box migrations, but we're going to create a new one related to the action we're going to perform inside this course, which is related to our blog. There's no need to create a migration manually since we can create one through Artisan. So let's navigate back to the command line interface, and right here, we're going to perform the PHP artisan make command again. We're going to make a migration, which accepts one required parameter, which will be the name of the migration. If I could give you a tip, make your migration name as descriptive as possible. This gives you a clearer understanding of what the database migration is used for. What we're going to do is to create _posts_table. There are 2 optional parameters that we can add, and I'm just quickly going to show it to you, but we're not going to use it. If we add a _create flag right here, we can pre-fill the migration with code designed to create a table named. The value will be equal to posts. We could also remove the flag and pre-fill the migration for modification to an existing table by saying table is equal to posts. Now let's remove the flag and hit enter. As you can see, Artisan returned a message saying that our new migration has been created, 2022, on the 4th of April. The timestamp is, well, these random numbers, and the name of our migration will be create post tables. Now let's navigate back to Visual Studio Code, and let's open our latest migration right here. And let me make it a little bit smaller again. Alright. As you can see, our class does not have a name defined, but is returning a new class directly. The first method that's defined right here is the up method. Whenever you migrate your migrations, every single up method of those migrations will be grabbed. Once again, starting with the earliest date, and these will all be migrated. So the tables will basically be created. It's also using something which you will see quite a lot, which is a schema facade. We're going to create a table with a name of posts right here. And it's also got a function callback right here of the blueprint class. Laravel also said, well, if we can create our tables, why shouldn't we give users the options to delete them through the command line interface as well? And that's the usage of the down method right here. It will roll back all your most recent migrations, and we will perform that in a bit as well. I think that we're ready to create our table, which needs to be defined right inside of the schema right here. By default, every single table that you create has a unique identifier, which will be defined with a table ID. Every table also has the timestamps, which will be the created at and updated at inside your table. We obviously need more columns for our posts. So let's go right below our ID and call the table object. And we're going to chain a new method to it called string. Now the string method accepts a parameter because we need to define the column name inside of it as a string. What will be a string for our post? Obviously the title. So what we did right here is defining a new column called title inside our post table with a data type of a string, so a varchar. Now let's do the same thing for our excerpt and the actual post content. An excerpt is a short summary of the actual body. Now the data type of our excerpt and body needs to be a varchar because we need to have more characters. So what we can do is call the table object and chain the text method to it. The text method also needs a column name, which will be excerpt. Now let's define another one with the data type of text and the name of body. Let's also define another column where the data type will be numbers. So let's say object table, integer, and the name of our integer will be minutes _to read, which will basically show a user how long it takes to read the post. We can also define booleans right here. So let's go on the line below, table object, boolean, with the name of is_published. This should be our table, but it doesn't look right, since I do want to have a unique title, or maybe we need to define a default value for our boolean. Well, this can be done by chaining an extra method. The first extra property will be on our excerpt with the name of nullable. Nullable allows null values to be inserted into a column. So we're basically telling our database, well, the excerpt column can be empty. The second method is the default value. Let's go right after our minutes to read and chain the default method to it, which accepts a value right here. And in our case, it will be a default 1, so an integer of 1 minute. Now, like I've just mentioned, our title should also be unique, right? We don't want to have multiple posts with the same title. So let's go right after our title and chain the unique method to it. Now there's one column missing. So let's go right below our minutes to read and let's define a table because we obviously need to have an image for our post, but we cannot use a data type called image. What we actually want to do is to store it as a string where we will save the image path, so not the actual image. So let's give it a name of image_path. There is a method that we can add, which is already defined inside the ID column called primary. So ID is by default primary, but we can also chain the primary method to it to make it more clearer, but we don't need it. There are a couple more methods that I haven't talked about. So think about the unsigned method, which marks integer columns as unsigned, or the first method that will place the column first in the column order. But the ones we're using right now are the most common ones. Now that we have defined our migration, it's time to run them inside the CLI. The only thing we need to do is to navigate back to the CLI, perform the PHP artisan migrate command. What this command does is running all up methods that haven't been migrated recently. So let's hit enter. Alright, as you could see, every migration that we have has been migrated, and also the last one that we have created, which is the create post table. Let's check it out. Let's navigate back to Visual Studio Code, open our database client, our Laravel app, and as you could see, we have a failed jobs, migrations, password resets, personal access token, post, and users table. If we open our post table, you'll see that we got our ID, a varchar title, a text of excerpt, text of body, integer of minutes to read, varchar for our image path, tiny int, which will basically be a boolean because you can't store booleans inside MySQL, of is published, and the timestamps. So I created that and updated that. Now let's navigate back to the CLI one more time and let's hit the arrow up, since we have the option to show all of our migrations that have been migrated inside our system. That can be done by adding a colon right after migrate with a keyword of status. If we hit enter, you see 5 migrations that we have migrated up here. The run column simply shows us whether or not our migrations has been migrated. At the moment, they're all saying yes. Then we got the name and the batch, which is 1. Now next to the status command, we've also got the reset command, which will roll back every database migrations that we've got inside our instance. If we hit enter, you'll see that it has rolled back every single migration. If we navigate back to Visual Studio Code, refresh our database, you'll see that our Laravel app database is empty. But if we navigate back to iTerm, hit the arrow up and remove reset, hit enter, you'll see that we can just migrate it again. Next to the reset command, we also have the refresh command, which will roll back all database migrations and runs all available ones. It's pretty much the same as the reset one, but it runs the PHP artisan migrate command right after. If we hit enter, you'll see that it first rolled back all migrations and then it migrated it again. Seeders in Laravel are pretty important when it comes to generating data. You don't want to add rows inside the database manually. To create a seeder, we once again need to perform a command inside the CLI called php artisan make me something called a seeder, where we need to add one required argument, which will be the seeder class name. In our case, let's name it posts table seeder. If we hit enter, you can see that our seeder has been created successfully. And just like migrations, seeders can be found inside the database folder, where you have a seeders folder. So let's close off our migrations folder, and let's also close off all the tabs that we have open. Right here, you'll see our post table seeder, so let's open it. Whenever you want to interact with your database, you need to use a model, but we haven't got a post model defined. So let's also generate one quickly through the CLI. Right here, let's say php artisan make me a model, which needs to be singular, called post. Let's hit enter. Our model has been created successfully, so let's navigate back to Visual Studio Code, scroll up, open the models folder where we have our post.php class. We won't need it, but we do need the class right inside of our seeder. Now inside our seeder, you'll find one method which is called run, where the logic needs to be added whenever you want to do something with the seeder. So what I want to do right here is to obviously remove the comment and define a new variable called post and set it equal to an array. Let's go inside the array and hit enter. What my goal is with the array right here is basically defining multiple rows where we can loop over and add new rows inside the database. Keep in mind that you don't need to add the faker instance class right here, because that's something for the model factory. Keep your seeders clean with real data. So let's define a new array in here and hit enter, where we will define all columns inside the database with a key value pair. So let's start off with the title, which will be post number 1. Then we have our excerpt as our key, which has a value of summary of post 1. Then we have our body, which will be body of post 1. We have our image underscore path, which we will keep empty right now because we won't actually use the data. So let's say empty. We have our is published column, which will be false. Then we have our minutes to read, which will be 2. Now let's duplicate the array that we have defined inside our posts array. And let's change the values to 2. And let me actually copy 2 and replace it for the excerpt and body. All right. Now the next step is looping over the array that we just created and perform a request to the database to insert a new row. There are 2 methods that you could use right here, either the query builder or Eloquent. I'm a big fan of using Eloquent, and I know that I haven't talked about it in this course yet, but the action that we're going to perform right here will be very easy, so just follow along. Let's go right outside of our array and let's define a for each loop, where we are going to loop over our posts as a key value pair. So let's say $key, the pointer with the value. The reason why we're using a key value pair is because we only need the value from our array. We don't need to do anything with the title. So let's go inside of our for each loop, where we're going to call the post method that we just defined. Don't forget to pull it in, so hit enter, colon, create. We do need to tell our post model what we want to create. And in our case, we need to pass in a parameter inside the create method of our value. We're almost done, because we need to make sure that we tell our database seeder file, so the default database seeder that we have right here, that we want to seed our post table seeder, which can be done inside the run method of our database seeder class. Laravel also adds a default method right here. Let's actually remove it because there's a way simpler method. What we're going to do is to call the global call method by saying this call. It accepts one parameter, which will be the seeder class that you want to seed. In our case, it will be posts table seeder. Don't forget to pull it in by hitting enter, colon, class. All right, we're ready to run our seeder. There are 2 primary ways on how you could run your seeder, and both of them needs to happen inside the CLI. So let's open it. And the first method is running it with your migration, but you can also run them separately. Let's first say php artisan migrate reset to reset our migrations. Then we can run the php artisan migrate command one more time, but we're going to add a flag to it, so space -- called seed. Let's hit enter. All right, as you can see, it has migrated all tables, but it has also seeded the post table seeder. To double check that, let's navigate back to Visual Studio Code, open our database client, refresh our tables, open the post table, and as you can see, we got 2 new rows inside our database. Now let's navigate back to the CLI one more time, and let's run the php artisan migrate reset command. Let's migrate our migrations. And whenever you already have your migrations defined and already migrated, you can simply perform the php artisan db seed command, which will run your seeds independently without a migration. So let's hit enter. Our database seeder has been completed successfully. If we navigate back to Visual Studio Code, refresh it, open our post table, you still see 2 rows. This was it for this short video where I showed you how you could easily create seeders in Laravel. In the next video, we will dive into model factories with the Faker instance class, which allows you to create hundreds, even thousands of rows of data inside a database. In the last video, we touched on seeders in Laravel, where we created 2 rows inside our database with data. When it comes down to testing, you don't want to define every single row like we've did with our seeders. Laravel provides an incredible tool called model factories, where we can define 1 or even more fake rows inside our database. In my personal opinion, using it together with Eloquent is the best possible way. So let's start off by doing that. First of all, we need to make sure that we define a new factory class through the CLI. We could simply perform the same command as we've been doing in the last few episodes, starting with php artisan make. Then we got to tell artisan that we want to define a new factory, followed with the factory name. Now, quick tip, keep it equal to the operation that we're going to perform. Our main goal will be generating new instances for the post table. So let's name our factory post factory. Let's hit enter. Our factory has been created successfully. So let's navigate back to Visual Studio Code. Just like migrations and seeders, model factories will be located inside the database folder where you have a factories folder, where you'll see our newly created post factory class right here. By default, Laravel defines the user factory as well, since it also defines the user migration. But our focus will be on the post factory. Operations that you're going to perform within factories needs to be defined inside the definition method that we have right here. You'll see that it's returning an array, so we need to make sure that we define key value paths right here to persist data into our database. The key of our array needs to be equal to our database column names. So let's define them with static data again. Let's say that we have our title, which will be model factories. We have our excerpt, which will be excerpt of our first model factory. We have our body, which will be content of body. We have the image underscore path, which will be, let's say, image path. We have our is underscore published, which will be 1. Finally, we have our minutes to read, which will be 2. Let's take a moment and talk about the differences between our model factory and our seeder class. Well, we're done. There isn't actually any difference right here, because we've defined static values right here as well. Whenever you want to generate multiple rows with different content inside of it, you can use an instance of the Faker class. Faker makes it super easy to generate random data. And I'll also link the GitHub repository of Faker down below so you can go over the different data types and values that you can generate, since it's way too much to handle in one single video. But for now, follow along. Let's start off with the title. Let's remove the string that we have, and we need to make sure that we call the Faker instance by saying this Faker. Then we can chain another method to it, which will be the value of our title. In our case, let's say that it needs to generate a fake sentence. Our excerpt will be a little summary of the actual content. So let's remove the static string that we have to this Faker real text. The real text method does accept a couple optional parameters. The one that we actually want to define is the $max MB chars, which will be equal to 50. What we're doing right here is basically saying that the maximum number of characters of our excerpt is 50. Now let's change our body as well to this Faker, which needs to be a bit longer than a real text of 50 characters, so we can chain the text method to it. We could also change our image, and usually when I work with images, I won't, because it's the last thing that you should be worried about. But for the sake of this video, let's remove our default string. And let's call the Faker instance, so this Faker, and we're going to chain the image URL method to it. The image URL has two optional parameters, which will be the width and the height of our image. So in our case, let's set the width equal to 640, comma, and a height of 480. Now let's keep the published at equal to 1. I can't be bothered about that, but we can remove the minutes to read and call the this Faker class again, and chain the number between method. The method name kind of implies what we need, because we do need to provide a range. So let's say that the numbers between 1 and 10 needs to be added for the minutes to read. There are some optional methods that you could chain to your values right here, and I think that we should add one for the title. So let's go right after our Faker instance, but right in front of the sentence, and let's chain the unique method to it. And don't forget to add the access operator. What we're basically saying right here is that the title needs to be unique inside the database. Otherwise, the same slug will be generated. Whenever you want to put your database factory into work, you got to write a seeder for it, and specifically the database seeder that has already been defined. At the moment, we're calling the post table seeder, so let's comment it out. And let's go on the line below, because we're going to tell our database seeder that we want to persist our post factory. but we haven't actually defined anywhere inside our code that we'd like to persist it inside the post table. This can be done by calling our post model. Let's put it in. The post model has a method defined which is called factory, but it is a facade, so let's add : factory. The factory method accepts one parameter, which will be an integer where we've got to tell our factory how many rows we want to generate from the post factory class. This can be anything you want. So what I want to do is to add 100 rows inside our post table. We're not done yet, because we also get to tell our seeder that it needs to save these rows inside our database. So we need to chain one more method to it, called create. Alright, we're ready to run our seeder. Let's save the file and let's navigate back to the CLI. And let's perform the php artisan db seed command. Let's hit enter. As you can see, our database seeder has been completed successfully. Let's navigate back to Visual Studio Code. Open our database client, refresh it, open the post table, and as you can see, we have a total of 100 rows right here with fake data. Let's talk about a couple additional facts related to model factories that are not required to know, but are definitely interesting to know that it can happen. The first thing is the fact that you can override properties when calling your model factory inside the database seeder. Let's navigate back to our database seeder, and let's pass in an array inside of the create method, where we can override specific key value pairs from our post factory. So let's test it out. Let's say that we want to override our body, and the value needs to be overriding the body of our post. If we save it, navigate back to the CLI, hit the arrow up and seed our factory, navigate back to Visual Studio Code, refresh it and open our post table, go to the second page, and right here you'll see 100 new rows with a body of overriding the body of our post. Overriding the body of our post. Now let's close off our post table and let's remove the array inside the create method. We have finally reached the fun part of this Laravel course where we will be interacting with our database, since we've already created dummy data. The power of Laravel is its object relational mapper, which is Eloquent. Eloquent, its primary focus is simplicity, where it allows you to interact with your database in a super simple method. We could dive straight into Eloquent, but I want to take it a step back and focus on the query builder in Laravel first, which is the core of Laravel's database functionality. Laravel's query builder is a fluent interface, meaning that it uses method chaining to make it as easy as possible. We've already talked about method chaining, but in short, it allows you to chain methods after each other when applying multiple operations. Most of Laravel's database interactions happen right inside of the controller, whether it is the query builder or Eloquent. So let's close off all the tabs that we have open right now. Let's navigate to the root of a directory, and let me close off my config, and let's open the posts controller file. Let's navigate to the index method where our magic will happen in this video. Whenever you want to interact with your database through the query builder, you got to make use of the database facade, which is used to chain raw queries. So let's go right above our return statement and let's define a new variable called post, because we're going to get all posts from the database. And let's set it equal to in capital DB. The first use statement is the illuminate support facade DB, so let's hit enter and pull it in. And a facade is basically a class that provides simple access to code functionalities. Now all facades are stored right inside of the illuminate support facades namespace, where they use static methods to access non-static resources. Whenever you want to access methods from the facade, you need to add a double set of colon right after the facade class, where you then can make a call to a method inside of it. In our case, we're going to start performing a raw SQL command that can be performed through the statement method. What this allows us to do, so the DB statement, is passing in a string inside the statement method that we have of a raw query statement. So let's test it out. In single quotes, let's say select star, so everything from the post table. Let's output our variable that we have called posts right here, right below of it. So let's define a DD, so a die dump, where we're going to simply pass in posts. Let's save it. Let's navigate back to Google Chrome. Let's refresh our /blog endpoint. And as you could see, it has returned a boolean saying true, so the query can be performed. Whenever you want to select rows from the database, it's better to work with the select method rather than the statement method. So let's replace everything from statement with select. And what we're going to select is once again, everything from the table posts. Save and let's navigate back, refresh it, and this is the output that we need. We have a total of 202 rows, and if we open them, we have ID number 1, title of post number 1, and the rest of the data. Now at the moment, we returned a collection of a std class object. It isn't visible inside a dd, so let's quickly replace our dd with a var_dump. Save it and let's navigate back, refresh it. As you could see, we have an array with objects inside of it of the std class. So let's navigate back and undo what we just did. So get our dd back. And an important topic in coding in general is parameter binding, or basically prepared statements. Since Laravel works with PDO, we can do it in a super simple way. We first need to change up our query, since we still want to select everything from the post table, but we need a where clause, so where the ID is equal to 1. This should return 1 row. So let's save it and navigate back, refresh it, we have 1 row. This isn't the most preferred way. If we imagine that the one that we have right here is user input, you do want to kind of prevent potential SQL attacks. So what we can do is replacing the 1 with a question mark. Then we can add a second parameter, so comma, space, which will be an array. Inside the array, we need to pass in our static ID of 1. I'm not going to explain why and how this works, because this is something you should be familiar with when you start off with Laravel. If we save it and navigate back, refresh it, you'll see that the output is exactly the same, but we use prepared statements right here. A question mark will be messy at times when working with multiple parameters, so you can also name them by replacing the question mark with a colon ID. Then inside our second parameter, we can't just pass in a 1, because we got to pass in a key value pair. The key will be equal to the parameter name, so ID, access operator or a pointer, with a value of 1. If we save it and navigate back, refresh it, you'll see that the output is still the same. Next to selecting values from the database, you obviously have the chance to persist data into the database, and the query looks pretty similar. By the way, the SQL keywords that we're using here, so select, from, and where, are not case sensitive. I'm just used to capitals when working with MySQL, so that's why I'm using it. Now we're not going to select data right now because we're going to persist it with the insert method. Then we're going to perform a simple insert query right here. So insert into the table posts, parentheses, because we need to define the columns, which are title, excerpt, body, image_path, is_published, and the minutes to read. Then we need to define the values, so the value method. And what we're going to do is adding question marks again. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Then once again, right after our single quote, let's add a comma, array, hit enter. Right here, we don't need to define key value pairs because it will find the first match, second match, third match, fourth match, and so on. So let's say test, 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 and true for the is published, and 1 for the minutes to read. If we save it and navigate back to the browser, refresh it, you will indeed see that the return value is true, meaning that 1 row has been inserted to the database. If we navigate back to our database client, open our post table, and let's say that we want to select the third column, you'll see that the last row is the one that we just added. Updating rows works pretty much in the same exact way. Let's navigate back to our post controller and let's actually remove everything until the insert method. Alright, because we're going to update something. You might be familiar with the query, so we're going to update the post table. We're going to set the body equal to a value, so let's say question mark, where the ID is equal to a question mark, so a prepared statement. Now let's add our second parameter of an array, hit enter, Now the body will be body2, where the ID will be 203. So that's the last row that we have. Save it, navigate back, refresh the page. And as you could see, the return value is 1, meaning that one row has been edited. Let's navigate back to our database client. Let's run it. As you could see, body has been updated to body2. The last operation is deleting a row, so basically row 203. Let's navigate back to Visual Studio Code. Let's open the post controller, and let's just rewrite the entire query. Let's say delete. The query will be delete from the post table where the ID is equal to a question mark, second parameter, brackets, the ID is 203. Save it, navigate back to Chrome, refresh the page. Whoops, I double refreshed that. If we check the post table, run it, you'll see that 203 is gone. These were the most basic operations of the query builder. Let's dive into a bit more complex ones, which is by chaining methods to the query builder itself. Whenever you want to chain methods, you have to use another method than delete. So let's delete it again. And what we're going to use is the table method right here. Within the table method, we have to define one simple string, which will be the table name inside our database. In our case, it will be the posts table. If we're trying to perform the current query, let's test it out. You'll see a lot of results inside our die dump, but this is actually not the correct one. There's not really data inside of it, as you could see. The issue that we have right here is that we're not triggering the execution of the current query. In order to do that, we got to make sure that we chain our first simple method to it, which will be the get method. So right after our query, let's add an access operator, get. If we save it, navigate back to the browser and refresh it, you'll see that our collection with 202 items have been returned to the browser. When it comes to multiple methods that you're trying to chain, I usually prefer to put the chaining method on the line below. Right now, we're chaining it on the same line. So let's go right in front of the access operator of get, hit enter and hit tab. And let's actually hit enter one more time, because the get method should always be placed at the end of the query builder, since it will be executed based on the get method. Now on the line above, we should be able to add another method right here. And I want to cover the most used ones in this episode. So let's start off with the easiest one, which is the select method. With the select method, you're simply going to tell your query that you want to select a certain column from your table posts. So let's say that we only want to select the title. If we save it, navigate back, refresh it, you'll see that the output is exactly the same. But if we open one item, you'll see that we only selected the title. You could obviously select multiple columns since the select method does accept multiple values. So right after our title, let's add a comma and let's say the body. Save it, navigate back, refresh it, open our array. We have our title and our body. Within MySQL, you can perform the where clause in order to limit the amount of rows that are being returned, which pretty much works in the same exact way. Now let's remove our entire select because we don't need it, and let's chain the where method to it. At the moment, it's giving us an error because it takes 2 required parameters and 1 optional. The first one is the column you're trying to perform the where clause on. So let's say in single quotes, we want to select all values based on the ID. Then the second parameter will be the comparison operator. So let's say that we want to select everything with a greater than sign. And the third one is obviously the value, which will be 50. So in our case, we're going to get all values where the ID is greater than 50. If we save it and navigate to the browser, refresh the page, you'll see that we have an array of 152 items, which is correct because it skipped the first 50. If we open item 1, you see that the starting ID is 51. A pretty cool feature that I like in Laravel is the fact that it recognizes that booleans are either true or false. So it's kind of a waste to use the equal sign right here as your comparison operator. So let's remove it. Let's save it and navigate back, refresh it. We selected one array where the ID is equal to 50. So it kind of knows, all right, we're selecting the ID, and if we skip the comparison operator, it sets a default of is equal to 50. Now back to the booleans, it pretty much works in the same way. So let's say that the isPublished is equal to true. Save it, refresh it. We have 200 arrays. It skipped the first two because ID is number 3. Navigate to our post table and let's go to our ID number 1 and 2. We have a isPublished of 0, which is false. Now what if you have multiple conditions, which is something that happened quite a lot? Well, it's actually super easy because you simply need to add a new where method to it. So let's say that we want to check where the ID is greater than, let's say, 50 again. Save it, refresh it. We have 52 rows where the ID number 1 is actually 51. It also allows you to select a certain range of rows where the value is between two values. So let's remove both where methods and let's define the where between method. The first required parameter will be the column name. So let's say the minutes to read. The second parameter will be an array. So let's define that where the minutes to read are between, let's say, 2 minutes, comma, 6 minutes. So we're simply going to select all posts that we have where the minutes to read is between 2 and 6. Let's navigate back, refresh it. Apparently that's a total of 105. And if we open a couple, you see that the starting point is 2, 2 again. And I don't even think that they are all static. Oh, no, all right. We've got 5 as well. You could also select the inverse. So pretty much every row in the database where the minutes to read is not between 2 and 6. We simply need to replace where between with where not between. If we save it and navigate back, we have a total of 97 rows. You can also return rows where a column value is in a selected list of options. So let's replace where not between with where in, and let's say 2, 6, and 8. Save it, let's navigate back, refresh it, and right here you'll see that we have a total of 59 rows where the minutes to read is 2, 6, or 8. And if we open a couple, you can only see 2, 8, or 6. There is another where method that we could use, which is the where null and where not null methods. Both methods will check whether a selected column has a null or not null value inside of it. So at the moment, we don't have any null values. So what we can do is right-clicking on our, let's say, excerpt of ID number 1, open the edit dialog, let's remove the excerpt, and let's update it. All right, as you could see, it's null right now. Let's navigate back to our post controller. Let's remove the where in method, where we're going to chain the where null method. It accepts one parameter, which will be the column that you want to check. In our case, it's obviously excerpt. Save it, navigate back, refresh it. Now the output is 1, which is correct, which should be ID number 1, where the excerpt is null. But if we change it to where not null, refresh the page, you'll see that we have 201 items. The first one starts with ID number 1 because the excerpt is not empty. A common method that you will also perform quite a lot is the distinct method, where you will select rows with unique values. For that, we got to make sure that we chain 2 methods to it. The first one is the select method. So let's replace the where not null with the select method. So we got to select distinct values from a specific table. And I actually think that the minutes to read table is the best example right here, since the values are simple integers between 1 and 10. Then right after our select method, let's chain another method to it, which is the, let's say, distinct method. It doesn't require any parameters because it will look for unique values inside the minutes to read table. So let's refresh it. And as you can see, we've got a total of 10 rows, which is pretty obvious because the numbers can only be between 1 and 10. The reason why we're using the distinct method together with the select method is the fact that by default, the distinct method will look for the primary key of a table. Now obviously, primary keys of our table are unique, so there's no point of selecting distinct values of the ID column. If we remove our select, refresh it, it basically selects all values because every ID is unique. Next to all the constraining methods that we just performed, we could also perform methods to modify data. which will basically change the way data is outputted inside the browser. The most common method is probably the order by method, which will either order a table based on a column in ascending, so from low to high, or descending fashion, so from high to low. So let's remove the distinct method and let's change the order by method. We're going to order it based on the ID. It accepts a second parameter, which will be the type of sort. We don't need to write down the entire word, but we just need to write down the shortcut. So let's say DESC of descending. There's actually no point of adding ascending right here, so ASC, because by default, data is sorted in an ascending fashion. Save it, refresh it, open our array. You see that the last ID, which is 202. When you want to work with custom pagination and not the pagination that Laravel offers, you usually will work with the skip and take method. So let's remove the order by method again. And let's change the skip method, which accepts a required parameter because you get to define how many rows you want to skip before selecting values. So let's say that we want to skip the first 30 rows. Then on the line below, we got to define the take method, since we need to define the amount of rows we want to select or take inside the take method. So let's say 10. If we save it, refresh the page, open the items array, we have 10 rows. The first one is ID number 31 up until ID number 40. When you're making a game or you want to shuffle values that you're selecting from the database, you could simply change the inRandomOrder method to it. So let's do that. Let's remove the skip and take, and let's add the inRandomOrder method to it. If we save it and navigate back, refresh it, open item 1, random ID of 100, we have 117, 125, and 45 right in front of it. Now the last section of this video will be dedicated to returning methods, which will stop the query chain and trigger the execution of a SQL query. Either one of the following methods that we're going to cover right now needs to be chained right after your query builder, replaced with the get method. Otherwise, your return value or values will always just be an instance of the query builder and not the actual value. We've already covered the most common one, which is obviously the get method to get values. Then we got the first method, which will get the first result. It's pretty much the same method as the get method, except it has a limit of 1. If we save it and navigate back, refresh the page, you'll see that the output is one single row where the limit is 1. So it's pretty much the first match it finds, which is ID number 1. But you could perform a where method right in front of it. So let's do that. Let's say where. We're going to select ID number 100. Save it, navigate back, refresh the page. You'll see that we selected ID number 100. Now this can actually be done a lot easier because we can remove both methods and we can simply chain the find method to it, which will look for a row based on the primary key of the post table, which needs to be passed right inside of it. So let's say 100. Save it, refresh it, and the output is still the same. Another interesting method is the value method. So let's say value, and let's remove 100. All right, which will grab one specific value from a row based on a condition. So let's pass in a column of body. So we're going to grab all body values, or just one, because we're going to change the where method where the ID is 100. Save it, let's navigate back, refresh it, and we printed out the body of ID number 100. If we remove the where clause, you'll see that we selected the body of post number 1. So it basically checks the first match it finds. A very interesting method is the count method. In plain PHP, you usually do this inside your code, but what you can do is replacing value with count. You don't need to pass in a parameter because it simply shows the count of all rows that you have inside your database. But you could also perform a condition right here. So let's say that we want to select a count where the ID is greater than 50 again. If we refresh it, you'll see that the output is 152. We have the option to return the minimum and maximum value of a column by replacing all methods that we have with min. but we do need to define the column. So let's say minutes to read. Save it, refresh it, and the minutes to read is obviously, well, the minimum value is obviously 1, and the maximum value is 10. Finally, we got the sum. So let's say the sum of minutes to read is 1039. So on average, a user needs 1039 minutes to read all blog posts, while the average of a blog post, so AVG, is equal to 5 minutes and 14 seconds. This was it for this video, where I showed you the most common query builder methods that you could perform. There are actually a lot of more methods, but I don't want to show you how you could insert, update, and delete data through the query builder, because it will mess up one of the next videos where we dive into Eloquent. And Eloquent is actually the most preferred way of handling all the things that we just did. If you are interested in the rest, you should simply refer to the official documentation of Laravel, which I will link in the description down below. Since we're going to work with Eloquent real soon and we're going to build our actual project, we need to make sure that we set up some kind of front-end framework that easily beautifies our front-end. We can't dump all values we grab from the database all the time, because eventually we do want to make a working application. Developers that followed me before know that I'm a huge fan of Tailwind CSS. And since Tailwind 3 and Laravel 9 came out around the same time, I want to set up Tailwind 3 inside a Laravel project. We will be setting up Tailwind through CLI, but before we can do that, we need to make sure that we install npm, which is a node package manager. npm works through Node. So let's navigate back to the browser. Let's open a new tab and let's go to nodejs.org. You should make sure that you install the recommended version and not the latest features. So install it, and I'll see you back inside the CLI once it's done. If your installation process went smoothly, you can simply run node -v, which will return the node version number, which is 16.13 for me, that you just installed through their official website. With the installation of Node, you can easily install npm. If you are a frequent Node user and you're not sure whether you got npm installed or not, you can simply run npm-v. As you can see, I've got it installed, which is version 8.1.0. Don't worry, it's very easy to install npm on your local machine. You simply need to run the npm install command. And this will basically install npm for you, which will give you access to more than over 800,000 code packages. So do that, pause the video, and I'll see you back once you're done. Now npm allows us to install Tailwind. So let's start off by doing that. Inside our project directory, let's write down npm install space -d. Then we need to define what we would like to pull in. In our case, we want to install Tailwind CSS. We're going to pull Tailwind CSS in as a post-CSS plugin, so space post-CSS. We need to add one more thing right here before we can run this command. Tailwind CSS does not automatically add vendor prefixes to our CSS. Tailwind itself recommends you to install auto prefixer. So let's do that. Let's say space auto prefixer. If we run this command, this might take a second, so I'll cut this part out, so pause the video and I'll see you back once it's done. Alright, we got a warning, which is completely fine, so let's skip that. So let's navigate back to our project directory, and right at the bottom we got a package.json file where you can find the dependencies and the associated versions that we just pulled in. Right here we have a Tailwind version of 3.0.24, PostCSS, Lodash, Laravel Mix, Axios, and Prefixer. Now Tailwind itself recommends adding a Tailwind configuration file inside the root of your directory, where you can add some configuration settings. You don't need to do this manually since it has a CLI command for it. So let's navigate to iterm and let's run npx tailwind css init. Keep in mind that running this command is not required. It's just an additional configuration file where you can override default Tailwind settings. As you can see, it created ours called tailwind.config.js. And let's actually open it. It's in the root of our directory. Alright. And since we created one, let's just add some data right here. We're not working with a basic .html file extension anymore, but Laravel works with a .blade.php extension. So let's make sure that we tell Tailwind that all files that have a .blade.php file extension needs to be checked for Tailwind classes. This can be done right inside of the content array. So let's hit enter, where we will be defining a string where we need to add the path to our resources folder where our views are stored. So let's add a string. Let's go to the root of our directory, so /. Let's go right inside of the resources folder, /, and let's add a double asterisk right here, which will tell Tailwind to look inside all folders and files in the resources folder. Then let's add a / because we're going to add another asterisk followed with a file extension, so .blade.php. You don't want to add all files manually right here. So with the star in front of the .blade.php file extension, we're pretty much saying that every file that has this extension needs to be checked. Laravel uses Laravel Mix, which is a package that defines CSS preprocessors. The configuration of Laravel Mix can be found inside the root of our directory, inside the webpack.mix.js file. I won't go too in depth on what's on the screen right here, but Laravel Mix is basically saying that whatever is located inside the resources.js app.js file needs to be compiled to the public /js file. And the same goes for our style sheet, which is the post CSS. So everything inside the app.css file of the resources CSS folder will be compiled to public /CSS. Since we installed Tailwind as a post CSS plugin, we could simply remove the comment that we have, call the require method, and pass in a string right here of the package that we want to require, which is Tailwind. Let's save it and close the file. Now let's open our app.css file inside the resources folder, CSS folder, and right here, we need to add Tailwind directives that will be replaced with Tailwind code right here. That can be done by saying add Tailwind, space, base. And let's close it off with a semicolon. Let's do it one more time because we need to pull in the components file as well. And the last one is Tailwind utilities. You might wonder where these files are coming from, so let me actually show it to you. The add Tailwind directive will look inside the node modules folder, write down Tailwind right here, inside our Tailwind CSS folder in the node modules, where it will look for the base.css file, the components file, and the utilities file that we have right here. It will basically grab all values and put it inside one CSS file. Right now, we are ready to compile our Tailwind through the CLI. We can do that by either running the npm run build command, which will compile everything once, but ever since Tailwind 3, default stylings will be added inside the style sheet and not the classes you add inside your view. What happens now is that once you add a new Tailwind class inside your view, it will rebuild the front end and only adds classes inside the style sheets that you've used. To prevent building our front end every single time we add classes, we should actually run the npm run watch command, which will build our front end every single time we save our view. Now the npm run watch command comes from the, let's open it, package.json file inside the script stack where we have a watch command. So let's run the command. Let's hit enter. All right. And apparently I made a typo. Oops, it's not Tailwind. Let's open the webpack.mix and let's say Tailwind CSS. Excuse me. Let's run the command one more time. And as you can see, it has been compiled into the CSS app.css file inside the public directory. So let's open it. Let me actually close off the node modules first. Public CSS app.css. Right here, you can see that we're currently using Tailwind 3.0.24, and we have all these default stylings that we could use. So let's do that. Let's open our index.blade.php in the root of our directory, or basically in the root of our views directory, excuse me. Let's remove the h1, write down doc and hit tab. Right below our title, we obviously need to link our style sheet by saying link and hit tab. We're not going to add our path statically right here, so let's add blade directives, call the asset method, which will look inside the public. Inside the asset method, let's add single quotes where we can select the CSS /app.css style sheet. Now let's test it out by going right inside of our body, write down h1, and let's say Tailwind 3.0. We do need to add some classes inside our h1 to make sure that it will be compiled inside our app.css file. But before we do that, let's actually save it and let's go back to our Google Chrome change the endpoint to / where you will see that our styling is actually different than a default HTML page. So let's navigate back and let's add a couple classes to our H1. Let's say that the text is 3XL, the padding, so every axis is 2, and the font is bold. Save it, navigate back, refresh the page, and our styling has been changed. If we navigate back to our app.css file one more time, not the resources one, but the public one, scroll to the bottom, you'll see that we use 3 classes inside our index.blade, text 3XL, P2, font bold, and because we're running the npm run watch command, it has added these 3 classes that we just used inside our app.css file. Am I happy with it? I'm not sure. A big advantage that you have right now is that you don't need to purge your CSS file anymore. With Tailwind 2, they basically gave you a CSS style sheet of 5 megabytes that you needed to purge, and in most cases people just forget that. So in a way, I'm kind of happy with it. We've already touched on it a little bit, but Laravel uses Blade as their custom templating engine. If you're familiar with .NET, you will learn Blade super easy because it is inspired by .NET's Razor engine. Laravel Blade is extremely powerful. Personally, the best part is the fact that it escapes variables and behind the scenes, it uses a lot of PHP functions to escape data. Besides that, Blade syntax will be compiled to normal PHP code and it will then be cached. It also allows you to use normal PHP tags. But I got to say that I haven't really run into situations that I had to use it before. I don't want to work with static data right now, and that's where we can use the query builder right inside of the controller. At the moment, we're selecting the average, so let's actually first delete the DD. Let's delete the average, and let's chain the get method to it. So let's get everything from the post table. If we save it, navigate to Google Chrome, and change our endpoint to /blog, it obviously won't output any data. In Laravel, there are a couple methods in how you could pass in data to a view. The first method is, let me actually open the post controller, is chaining the with method right to the view method, which is a simple method that allows you to pass in data right into the view. It's giving us an error right now because it accepts 2 parameters. The first one will be a string of how you'd like to call your variable, so pretty much the key. So let's say in our case it will be posts. Then we got to pass in a second parameter that will be the value of our posts. So in our case, let's say $posts, which will refer to all posts that we're grabbing from the database. So what we're saying in the return statement is pretty much that whenever the block.index, so the index.blade.php file is being called, pass in all posts that we're grabbing from the line above. Now, I don't want to grab 200 rows and do something with it inside a view, so let's replace the get method with the find method, where we will find one single post with an ID of 1. So let's save it. Let's scroll down and open the index method in the root of a directory. Let's copy everything that we have and let's paste it inside the index.blade.php file of our blog. Now let's access post with ID number 1 inside our view. Let's copy our H1 and let's delete it. And whenever you want to access variables inside a Blade template, you need to wrap it inside a double set of curly braces. Then we could simply access our post by saying $posts, which will grab the key of the array that we passed inside our with method, access operator, and we're simply going to grab the title. What we're doing right here, which is equivalent to PHP, post, title, and close it off. But behind the scenes, it actually isn't. Like I've said before, Blade escapes all echoes by default. So what it's doing right now is basically, let's say, PHP, HTML entities, and let's actually close it off, posts, title. So behind the scenes, what we're performing right here is simply this. Well, with an echo right in front of it, excuse me. What this will do is protecting users from malicious script insertions. Now let's delete it because we don't need it. Save it, navigate back to the view, refresh the page. And as you can see, post 1 has been printed out. Next to the with method to return data to the view, you could also use the compact method, which actually is a PHP function that's mostly used when sending back an array to the view. It doesn't work in the same exact way, so let's remove the entire with method, because the compact method needs to be passed inside the view method as a second parameter. So let's say compact. You also don't need to send back two required parameters, but you simply need to write down a string of the variable name of posts, which will refer to this line of code that we have. So basically all posts that we're grabbing from the database. Now let's replace the find method right now with the get method. So we're going to get 200 rows. Save it. Open our index.blade.php file where we're going to dump, so a dump of our posts. If we save it, navigate to the browser and refresh it, you will see that we just selected 200 rows from the database, and I'm actually not going to scroll through it. Finally, the last method that we have is actually the method that I use the most and I do recommend to others, and that's simply passing in an array as a second parameter. So let's remove the compact method and let's pass in brackets and hit enter, where we have to define a key value pair, which pretty much works in the same exact way as with the with method. The key will be the posts, so whatever we actually want, but keep it equal to the variable name that we're going to use, or the action that we're going to perform. Then the value will be $posts, which will be referred to as the line above. Alternatively, you could even make your syntax shorter by passing in the entire query builder as the value. So pretty much like this, so we can remove the line above. Now keep in mind that we need to get rid of the semicolon, save it, navigate back to Google Chrome, refresh the page, and we have an array of 202 items. Even though we're using Blade as our templating engine, control structures work in the same exact way. So I'm not going to dive in depth into if statements and loops, but I do want to take a moment to show you the syntax because that's a little bit different. So let's navigate back to Visual Studio Code and let's open the index.blade and let's remove our dump. Blade has a couple helper methods that you could use and, in my personal opinion, make your view look a lot cleaner than it would with PHP. When you want to use directives or control structures, you need to start off with the @ sign, followed with the control structure you're trying to perform. Since we got our Blade snippet installed, you will see the options in the dropdown that we can choose from. And if we just hit enter, you'll see that it has added the end if directive as well, which is required for closure. Like with normal PHP conditional statements, you need to add a condition inside the parentheses that needs to be checked. So let's simply check that whenever the count of our posts is greater than 100, let's go inside our loop and let's say h1 and let's print out a dd of our variable posts. Save it, navigate back, refresh the page. As you can see, we have pretty much selected all rows that we have inside our database. But if we change our greater than sign to less than, refresh it, you will see that nothing has been printed out because we do have more than 200 rows inside our database. So the condition that we're passing in right now is false. Now you don't want to manually change the condition every single time. What we can do is go right outside of our closing h1, add an else directive, and on the line below, print out something that will happen if the if condition is false. So what we can do is say h1, elf no posts. Save it, navigate back, refresh it, and no posts have been printed out. Finally, we could check multiple conditions, which needs to be done right above our else statement. So you're pretty much closing off with the else. So right here, let's say else if, which requires a condition. So let's say that the condition is the count posts is equal to 202. If it is, let's say h1, you have exactly 202 posts. Save it, navigate back, refresh it, and you can see that you have exactly 202 posts have been printed out. There are actually two statements that you can use with PHP, which are the unless and unless directives. So let's navigate back to our code and let's remove all the conditional statements that we have. Let's add an @ sign of the unless directive and hit enter. So it created the starting directive and the closing directive. It has a condition where we will check $posts. And unless it has, let's say h1, posts have been added. Save it, refresh the page. As you could see, the output is empty, and that's because the unless directive is equivalent to actually the inverse of an if statement. So it will basically see if variable post has not been set. So it's basically checking whether the posts have not been set, but it has, so that's why nothing is printed out. Now I won't dive into while loops and for loops, but I do want to take a moment and talk about the for else and end for else directives, which are the same as the for each loop, but they allow you to add a fallback if the object you're iterating over is empty. So let's remove everything that we have, and let's create the add for else directive. Now, just as the for each, we're going to loop over an array of variable posts as one single post. If it does, we're simply going to print out the post access operator and only the title. Else, so whenever our title has not been set, just print out a paragraph of no posts have been set. What we're doing right here is pretty much defining a fallback if the condition or if the value that we're trying to perform inside the for else is not true. At the moment, if we refresh our browser, all titles that we have been printed out. So the condition can be met. And I actually don't have an example to check how we can print out the paragraph. So that's on me. Now the main reason why I wanted to show you the for else is because you can use a couple properties right inside of it that are hidden. You can perform the same ones on the for each. If you prefer to work with the for each, you can just follow along as well. But I will keep my for else. So let's replace our post title with our property that has been hidden called loop, and let's access the index. Our $loop is an std class object, and the index method that we're going to perform right here will return the 0-based index of the current item in the loop. If we refresh our endpoint, you'll see that all IDs have been printed out, but the starting point is 0 and the ending point is 201. Instead of adding one manually to start with 1, you could replace the index with iteration, which is a 1-based index. So if we refresh it, you'll see that the starting index is 1 and the ending index is 202. A pretty funny property is the remaining property. So let's replace iteration with remaining, which will show you how many items are left over. So it starts with 202 minus 1, which is 201, 200, and so on up until it reaches 0. Instead of using the PHP count method, you could replace the remaining property with the count property, which will show you the count of items inside the loop. If we refresh it, you'll see that we have a total of 202 rows. Then we have the first property, which is a boolean that indicates whether this is the first item inside the loop. If we refresh it, you'll see that the return value is 1, which is equal to true. We also have the last one, which is the other way around. And there is also a method to check how many loops are being used. Currently, we're using one, so we don't really have the best example right here. Let's replace last with depth, save it, refresh it. You'll see that we're constantly looping over 1 for each loop, or for else loop, excuse me. Now the same actually goes for the last one, which is the parent property that will reference to the loop variable for the parent loop item if the loop is within another loop. At the moment, it's not returning back anything since it's not inside another loop. We've already touched on Eloquent a bit, but let me repeat myself one more time. Laravel's most important feature is Eloquent, which is an active record optional relational mapper, which helps you to make interacting with your database a lot easier. Active record means that a single Eloquent class is responsible for not only providing the ability to interact with a table, but also with one table row. We've also covered the query builder, and we won't be using the query builder in this course anymore because we're mainly going to focus on Eloquent to interact with the database. Whenever you want to make use of Eloquent, interaction goes through the model. At the moment, we've got one post model class right inside of our models folder called post. Now, if you don't have a model right now, you can simply navigate to the CLI and perform the PHP artisan make model command, where you need to pass in one parameter, which is the model name. In our case, it will be post. I'm not going to hit enter, so let me remove it, navigate back to Visual Studio Code, and right inside of our post.php class, so basically our post model, you'll find a pretty straightforward class called post, which is extending the default model. When we defined our model, we've created it with the migration flag, which automatically detects which table belongs to our model. Don't worry if you have created a separate model, because Laravel understands that a model in most cases belongs to a table. So it will check for your model name. In our case, it will be post. It will snake case it, and in case it needs it, it will pluralize it and it will search for the right table. If it for some reason doesn't work for you and you want to tell your post model to interact with a different table, you simply got to create a new property right below your use statement with an access modifier of protected with the name of table. Now the value will be a string, and inside a string we need to define the table name. In our case, it will be posts. Keep in mind that this is all optional. I'm simply showing you how you could change it inside your model. Now Laravel also assumes that the ID, let's open our database migration and the post table right here, the ID that has been defined by default inside your migration will be the primary key of your table. Now inside your model, you can also change your primary key. It can simply be done inside the post model, right below our property. Let's define a new one called primary key. And the value is equal to a string as well, but it needs to be a column name that should represent your primary key. So let's say that for some reason we want to set the primary key equal to our string title. What we need to do is to simply pass in title right here. Now this isn't something that we will be needing. So let's comment it out. And let's actually comment out our protected table as well. Next to the default ID that we will be adding to our migration, we've also got our timestamps right here, which will define the created at and the updated at columns. Instead of deleting the columns, Laravel allows you to disable them through a new property. So let's define that. Let's say protected timestamps. And here we need to simply set the value equal to false. Now keep in mind, the default value is always true. You could also customize the format of your timestamps that are being added inside the database through the date format property. So let's define that. Let's say protected variable datetime is equal to a string. Now the value that we're going to pass inside the string will be parsed to the PHP date function that you most likely have used before, where you could simply add certain characters that represent a way data is being added inside your column. Now we could say that we want to store a capital U, which means that we will only store the seconds of our timestamps. Now let's comment out both rows again. Alright. Now we've defined our database connection driver inside our config file and our .env file. Now let's say that you're using multiple drivers and you want to use a specific driver for a specific model. This can be done right here as well. We simply need to say protected connection is equal to the database connection that you want to use specifically for your post model. So let's say that we want to use SQLite. The power of databases is the fact that users can add values for every single column. But there might be a chance where you simply want to set a default value for a column. This can be done inside a migration where you can simply change the default method to it. Let's test it out. So right here, we've got this for our minutes to read where we set that the default is equal to 1. Now let's say that we want a default for our isPublished, which is always true by default. What we can do is to define a new property called protected $attributes, which is equal to an array. Now let's go inside the array and hit enter. Right here, we got to define a key value pair. The key will be the column name, which in our case will be is_published, while the value is equal to true. At this point, we've talked about Eloquent, models, and Eloquent model conventions. It's finally time to dive into retrieving data from the database using Eloquent. Retrieving data in Eloquent is super easy because queries are simply built and very smooth. Retrieving data happens right inside of the controller. So let's navigate to our post controller. And let's start off by cleaning our index method real quick because we don't want to return the array right now. Alright. Now the easiest way is to define a variable right above the return statement, which is equal to the action we're trying to perform. We're going to start off by retrieving all posts from the database. So let's define a variable called posts. Then we got to make sure that we perform a static call to our Eloquent model, which in our case will be the post class. Don't forget to hit enter right here inside the drop-down option to pull in the right use statement. Then we could easily chain a method right after it by performing a double colon, followed with the all method. What this will do is simply retrieving all rows from the post model. Now next up, let's add a simple dd right below our variable. So let's say dd of the variable posts. If we save it, navigate to the browser, refresh our /blog endpoint, you'll see that 202 rows have been returned to the browser. Keep in mind that whenever you use the all method, you could also use the get method. So let's replace all with get, save it, navigate back and refresh it. And right here, you'll see that 202 rows have been returned again. Now you might wonder what the difference is between the get and all method, since the response is exactly the same. Most of the times when using Eloquent, you will be performing some kind of condition. When using the all method, you cannot use the method chaining since it will retrieve all rows, but when you use the get method, you can add method chaining. That's why I always prefer to use the get method rather than the all method. Now Eloquent has a method that you can add, which will change the order of the data you have retrieved from the database. Every method you're trying to perform needs to happen right before the get method. So let's get right in front of it. And by default, Eloquent orders the retrieved data based on the primary key, which is the ID, in an ascending fashion. So let's change that up to descending. So let's say that we want to order by, parentheses, and method chaining, so a dash greater than sign. Inside the order by method, we have to define the column we want to order by. So in single quotes, it will be ID. Then we need to pass in a second parameter, which will be the method. In our case, it will be desk. Now I don't want to retrieve 202 rows, so what we can do right after the order by method is chain the take method, which accepts a parameter of the number of rows you want to take from the database. So in our case, let's just say that we want to retrieve 10 rows. If we save it, navigate back, refresh our endpoint, you'll see that we retrieved 10 rows. If we open it, open our first item, the original array, you'll see that the last ID, so 202, has been retrieved first. One of the most common methods you'll be using when retrieving data through Eloquent is the where method. So let's navigate back and let's remove everything from the order by, and let's add the where method. Don't forget, we also need to change the get method to it. The where method does accept a couple parameters. The first parameter will be the column name you want to perform the where clause on. So let's say that we want to search through the min_to_read column. And then we got a second parameter, which will be the value you want to check on. So let's say that we only want to retrieve posts where the min_to_read is equal to 2. If we save it and navigate back to the browser, refresh it, you'll see that we have retrieved 25 rows from the database. There is an additional parameter that we can add right inside of the where method, which should be placed in the middle. Now the value that we're going to add right here is the comparison operator. By default, the where method places an equal sign right in between, but you can override it by, well, adding a new parameter, and let's say that we want to check whether it's not equal to 2. If we save it, navigate back, refresh it, you'll see that the value is 177, and if we add the 25 to it, the total amount will be 202. At the moment, we've only retrieved a couple hundred rows, well, 202 to be exact. If you are working with thousands or even millions of rows, you rather want to chunk the data before you retrieve it. Laravel has a pretty cool method that we could use, which is the chunk method. Let's navigate back, let's remove our variable post and our dd. What the chunk method will do is basically breaking the request you're performing to the database into smaller pieces. The output will be a little bit different than what we're doing right now. So let's define our post model, chunk. Now the first parameter inside the chunk method will be an integer, which will define the number of rows we want to chunk it into. So let's say 25. Then, comma, space. We got to add a callback function right here. So we're going to define a function right inside of the chunk method. So let's say function, parentheses, curly braces, and hit enter. The callback function needs to have a variable of all posts. So let's define a new variable right here called posts. Then inside our callback function, we could basically do whatever we want. So let's simply add a for each loop, We're going to loop over all posts as one single post. And what we're basically going to do right here is echo our post title. And let's add a break. Let's save it, navigate back, refresh the browser. And as you can see, we retrieved all post titles. We could also use a couple aggregate methods, which are pretty much the same as with the query builder. So let's quickly test them out. Let's first clean up our controller a little bit. So let's define our entire chunk method. All right. Then let's define a new variable called post again. And let's set it equal to the post model, : get. And before we finish it off with a semicolon, let's change the count method to it, which should return the count of the number of rows we've got. So right below it, let's add a DD of posts, save it and navigate back, refresh it. You'll see that we have retrieved a total of 202 rows. We can also sum an integer column by simply removing everything after the double colon. And what we need to do is simply add the sum method, where we need to sum the values of minutes to underscore read. If we refresh our browser, you'll see that the sum is equal to 1039. Finally, we can also calculate the average, where we simply need to replace sum with avg of average. Save it, navigate back, refresh it. You can see that the average minutes to read is equal to 5.1. Now, if we think about a general resource controller, we will most of the time show users all posts inside the index methods. So let's define it one more time. Let's remove everything right after our post : We're going to order everything by the updated _at in a desk fashion. Finally, don't forget to chain the get method to it. Before we can use this inside our blade, we obviously got to make sure that we send it back to the browser. This can simply be done by defining a second parameter inside our return statement, our view, which will be an array. If we hit enter, we got to make sure that we define a key value pair. The key will be a value of posts, while the value is our variable posts. There are multiple methods on how you can send back a value to the browser, but I personally find the array the easiest method. We could even simplify the code that we have right here by simply grabbing the value of our variable posts and paste it as the value inside our key value pair, so instead of our variable post. What we then can do is remove everything above our return statement. The second method inside our resource controller, which is being used to retrieve data, is the show method right here, which will show one single post based on the ID as a parameter. In order to retrieve data from Eloquent, we got to make sure that we do something with our specific ID right here. And it's actually a lot easier than you might think. So what we can do right here is define a new variable called post, and let's set it equal to the post model, : and whenever you want to retrieve one specific row, you simply need to add the find method. The find method accepts one required parameter, which will be the variable ID, which is coming from the URL. So let's say $ID. Now what we can do is simply dd our variable post. All right, save it, navigate to the browser, and right after our / block, let's add a ID of, let's say, 150. Right here, you'll see that we retrieved one single row. If we open the original array right here, you specifically see that the ID is equal to 150, which is coming from the URL. Now, if we change our route parameter to 205, which we don't have, you'll see that we are receiving a null, which is something that we actually don't want. The find method works fine, right? Pretty much what we're doing right here. But retrieving one single row can be done a lot cleaner by appending the or fail right after the find. The biggest difference right here is that the find or fail method will throw an exception if there are no matching results. If we navigate back to Google Chrome, refresh our endpoint, you'll see that we're receiving a 404, which is the page that you want to show a user if the route parameter doesn't exist. Now let's say that we want to change it back to 150. You'll see that the output is exactly what we want. Before we move on, let's quickly clean up our show method like we did with our index method. Let's remove our DD and let's return a view to the, let's say, block.show page. We're going to pass in a variable. So let's add an array and hit enter. we've got a key value pair where the key is post and the value is equal to $post. Obviously, this can be done a lot easier by copying the value of our post and replacing it with our value inside our array. Then we can also delete our variable post at the top, and we're done. Now let's quickly test this out inside of the browser. So inside the blog folder, let's create a new file called show.blade.php. And what we can do right here is basically adding curly braces and saying that we want to print out our variable post. If we save it, navigate back to the browser, refresh it, we got a undefined variable, so probably a typo. All right, I can already see it. It's not a comma, it's an access operator. Navigate back, refresh it, and as you can see, we retrieved one single row where the ID is equal to 150. In the last video, we dived into retrieving data from the database, where we returned an array right here called post to the blog.index page. Outputting data is very easy in Blade, so let's do that. I've created a separate repository where I've defined a static frontend because I don't want to waste that much time on creating it ourselves, since we're not dealing with a Tailwind CSS course. I've got it open right here. I will link it in the description down below, so make sure that you open it. Navigate to the resources folder, views folder, and then the blog folder. Right here, you'll see 3 pages, create, index, and show. And we're going to start off with the index page. So let's open it. Let's click on the copy raw contents button. Navigate back to Visual Studio Code. Open the index.blade.php file inside our blog folder. Remove everything that we got and let's paste what we just copied. Now let's save it and let's do the same thing for the show.blade.php file. So let's go back. Navigate back to Visual Studio Code, open the show.blade.php, do the same thing. All right. If we save it and navigate to the front end of our page, and let's refresh the /blog endpoint, you will see that we got a nice page at our /blog endpoint, but the issue that we got right now is that the post that we have right here is static, and we're not using the array we're sending back from the controller. So let's navigate back to our index.blade.php file. And somewhere right here, let's just add a dd of a variable posts. If we save it and navigate back, refresh it, you will see that our controller sent back something which we have used a couple times before, but we haven't really talked about it, which is a collection. Eloquent returns a collection for any method that returns multiple rows. You can see a collection as an array on steroids, where it allows you to easily perform method chaining on it. Now what we could do is navigate back, let's remove our dd, and instead we could add a for each loop right here. Alright, we're going to loop over our posts as one single post. Now whatever is going to happen right inside of our for each loop will be done 202 times because we got a total of 202 rows. Whatever we want to do right here is to basically add the static block that we have right here. So let's select it. Delete it. All right. Now let's add it inside the for each loop. Let's save it. Let's navigate back to Google Chrome. If we refresh it, you'll see that we have a total of 202 rows, but the data is still static right here. So what we can do right here is to basically check what happens inside our post. So not inside of our posts. So right inside of the for each loop, let's dd our variable post. Save it, refresh it. If we open our original array, we basically got the power to access the ID, title, excerpt, body, minister read, image path is published, created at, and the updated at. So if we navigate back and remove our dd that we have, let's remove the static title that we got. Let's add curly braces. We're going to use our variable post, and then we're going to add an access operator. And we're going to say that we want to print out our title right here. If we save it and navigate back, refresh it, you'll see that we have different titles for all of our posts. Now the title needs to be clickable as well, so it needs to redirect us to one specific blog post right here. The best possible way to do that is by simply adding curly braces. Then we're going to add the route method, which will refer to a specific named route that we defined. In our case, it will be, in single quotes, block.show. We also have to define a second parameter right here. The first one will be the static route, and the second one will be the route parameter. Now, since we have access to the post title, we also have access to the post ID. If we save it, navigate back, refresh it. If we hover over our title, you'll see in the bottom left, it might be small, that the ID or the route parameter is a 103, and the second one is 104. Remember, inside our post controller, we've defined the show methods right here. We said that we will be returning one single row called post. Now let's access it inside the show.blade.php file. Right here, we could actually go back to the browser and click on the first post that we have. We've got a simple page where we're simply going to print out one specific post. Now we could basically do the same right here. Let's go back to Visual Studio Code and let's say somewhere at the top, print out our variable post. If we save it and navigate back, refresh it, you'll see that right at the top, we printed out one specific row. So we don't need to loop over an entire array because we simply returned one row. Now let's just grab one specific item right here. Let's say that we want the post ID. If we test it, you'll see that we printed out 103. Now let's start at the top by replacing the values we statically defined right here. Let's first delete our post ID. We've got our h4, which is our title. So let's say curly brace, post title. Once again, we've got the made by section, but this is something we will be covering in a later phase where we will define relationships. So let's skip this entire block right here. We have, well, our paragraph with the font bold, which will basically be our excerpt. So what we can do is basically say, well, print out my post excerpt right here. And for the second paragraph, we're going to print out our post body. Save it, navigate back, refresh it, and the output has been dynamically added. If we replace it with the second one, you'll see that the data is different. When you're going to insert data into the database, you got to work through a form from the views. When you're going to insert data into the database, you got to work through a form from the views. Instead of designing a complete form, I've already defined one inside the repository that I'll link in the description down below. Right inside of the resource views blog folder, I've got a create.blade.php file. If we open it, copy the content, navigate back to Visual Studio Code, create a new file inside our blog folder in our views called create.blade.php, and paste what we just copied. At the moment, our post controller is a resource controller. So we're going to work with two methods when you want to create a new row. The first one will be the create method right here. As you can see, it's not accepting a parameter. So what we're basically going to do right here is showing a page to a user with input fields. So basically the page that we just created. What we're going to do is simply return a view to the blog folder .create page. Now once a user lands on the create page right here, enters user data inside the input fields, and finally clicks on the submit button, the store method will be called. Now the store method accepts one parameter, which is the request object. Now this request object is being pulled in right inside of the use statement at the top, right here, illuminate HTTP request. And this is the most used tool whenever you want to access user data in Laravel. What we're doing right here is simply injecting an instance of the illuminate HTTP request object. The object that we got right inside of our store method, where is it? I've lost it, right here, offers access to all data that the user enters inside the form. If we navigate back to our view, and let's go to our local host, alright, you'll see that we got a button right here called New Article. Let's link it before we move on to the actual page. Let's navigate back, open the index.blade.php file, and right at the top right here we have an answer. And the create page does not accept a route parameter, so we could simply call the route method and add our named route of block.create. If we save it and navigate back to Visual Studio Code, refresh it, click on New Article, you'll see that we're getting a 404 and the page has not been found. And let me actually tell you why, because this is something that you might run into later on as well. If we open the web.php file inside our routes folder, you'll see that the create page is being called as the third route. Now let's actually place it to the top. So as the first route, 1 second, save it, navigate back. If we refresh it, you'll see that our add new post page is visible. Now right here, you'll see some basic input fields that we should be able to submit. But if we try to submit it right now, you'll see that nothing happens. This obviously happens because we haven't set the action and method inside our form tag. So if we open our create.valet.php file, right here, you'll see our action. And the action is basically the method we're going to call inside the post controller. In our case, we're currently on the create page, but once we submit a form, we got to be redirected to the store page. So what we can do is call our route method again and say, well, once we submit the form, handle it inside the block.store method. Now the method will be post because we're going to submit data inside the database, and the multi-part form data is required when you want to work with file uploads. If we save it, navigate back to Google Chrome, clear our URL, click on submit, you'll see that we are getting a 419 page expired. Now this is happening because we're missing the most important part in our form, which is the cross-site request forgery protection. Laravel only accepts the read-only routes such as get, where we basically show a page to a user. All other routes, so basically what we're performing right now, which is a post method, are protected against CSRF attacks. Now in order to make this work, we got to navigate back to our create.valet.php file, and we got to make sure that we add our CSRF, which is a token that will be generated at the start of every session. Now you don't want to give users the option to add stuff like JavaScript code inside input fields to hijack your website. This is what CSRF prevents. Now before we test it out, let's quickly add a DD inside our store method right here of redirected to the store method. Then inside our create.valet.php file, we should add a CSRF token inside our form, which needs to be done right below the opening form tag. Now in order to add a CSRF token, we simply need to add an @ sign followed with CSRF. If we save it, and let's actually go back, refresh our page, inspect it, and if we open our body, let's say the div of the content, right here, we have our form. Let's open our form. You'll see that we have a new input field with a type hidden, so it's not visible in the front end. The name is _token and the value is a hashed token. This input field right here is our CSRF token. Now let's add data inside our input fields. So let's say post 1, 2 minutes, and just a random body. If we click on submit right now, you will see that our DD has been printed out, which means that the flow of our application works correctly. Now we're ready to do something with our input fields. Let's make sure that we double check if all input fields have the right names. This can be done by going to our post controller, removing the string that we have inside our DD, and replacing it with the request object, which is the parameter, and chain the all method to it, which will basically grab all values that have been submitted inside the form. If we save it, navigate back to the browser and refresh it, let me zoom in, you'll see that our CSRF token, so _token, has been added, the title, the excerpt, the minutes to read, and the body. We could also grab each of those values separately, which we also need to do when we want to insert data. So let's navigate back and let's replace all with, let's say, the key that we have right here, so title. If we navigate back, refresh it, submit it again, you'll see that we only grabbed the post title. In Eloquent, there are two ways on how you could insert records inside a database. If you're familiar with object-oriented PHP, the first one should be pretty familiar to you. Let's navigate back. Let's remove our DD. First, we got to make sure that we create a new instance of our post model class by saying $post is equal to new post. Through our post object that we have right here, We could simply access all properties, or easier to say columns, inside our database. So we can simply say, well, object post title is equal to the request title. Let's do the same thing for all other columns. So we have the post excerpt, which has a value of the request excerpt. We have the body, so our post body is equal to the request body. We have the post image path, which we haven't submitted, and I want to set a value of temporary right here, so a simple string, because the image upload is something that I want to do in the next video. Now we have the post is published, which is the boolean. Now we've got an issue with our checkbox, and let me show it to you. Let me actually dd the request all one more time, and let me add an exit, save it, navigate back, go back to our create page, click on the checkbox and keep all the other fields as they are. If we submit it, you'll see that the isPublished is a string called on, and this isn't a value that's supposed to be submitted to the database, because in our migration we said that our isPublished is a boolean. Now we can handle this by adding a ternary operator as the value. So let's remove the dd and exit, and instead of adding the string of isPublished, we could say, well, get me the request is underscore published. Whenever the value is equal to on, return a true, which is basically what a ternary operator does. Then we have our post minutes to read, which is equal to the request minutes to read. Now we do need to add one more thing right here before it works, because we need to tell our post object what to do, and what it needs to do is simply calling the save method of our post, which is created behind the scenes. If we navigate back, refresh our endpoint, click on continue, you'll see that we have been redirected to a blank page, and that's happening because we're not saying what to do once the post has been saved. We can handle this very easy by returning a redirect, and where we want to be redirected to is the route method, and let's say the blog.index page. If we save it, navigate back, and refresh our /blog endpoint, create a new article, and let me zoom out. It is published, let's say post 2, 2 minutes or 3, submit it. You'll see that we have been redirected to the /blog endpoint. Now let's navigate back to Visual Studio Code, open our database client, open our Laravel app, post table. Now let me go to the third page, and right here you'll see that post 1 and post 2 have been submitted. What we've done right here works fine, but in my personal opinion, this is object-oriented PHP and has not so much to do with Eloquent. So let's use Eloquent for it. To do that, we need to go right below our save method, and we'll delete this in a second. Need to call our post model, create. Now the create method accepts an array, so let's pass that in, because we get to pass in a key value pair. The key will be our property name inside the post model, while the value will be the actual value from our request, which is pretty much what we're doing right above. So let's quickly fix it again. So let's say our title is equal to the request title. We have our excerpt, which is obviously the request excerpt. We have our body, which is the request body. We have the image underscore path, which we will set equal to a string of temporary. We have our is underscore published, which is actually what we're doing right here. Whoops, that's a mistake on my part. All right, and lastly, we have our minutes to read, which is equal to the request minutes to read. When using the create method like we're doing right here, you don't need to make a call to the save method at the end, because that will be done within the post model itself. Be aware that whenever you want to use the create, make, or update method in Eloquent, you have to approve your properties for a mass assignment, which we will do in a second, but let's first remove the first method that we created. Save it. Laravel, its main focus is to prevent you from hijackers by accidentally setting new values on fields you don't want to change. In order to prevent that, we got to define a new property inside our post model. So right at the top, which will be protected, $fillable, which is equal to an array. Inside our array, we simply got to pass in the columns we'd like to add for mass assignment. In our case, it will be the title, it will be the excerpt, it will be the body, the image underscore path, the is underscore published, and finally the minutes to read. Now let's test it out one more time inside of the browser. Let's navigate back, create a new post. It is published. The title is post 3, 2 minutes, and 3 again. Submit it, and as you can see, post number 3 has been created. If we take a look at our create endpoint, you'll see that we got a select a file button right here, where we upload a file related to the blog post. When working with file uploads, you don't want to store the entire image inside the database, but you simply want to store the image somewhere inside a public folder, while you then store the path inside the database. Now we're not going to add the functionality where we store our image inside the store method right here, but we will be doing it inside a separate function right at the bottom of our controller. The method that we're going to use right here will only be visible inside our post controller, so we're going to make a private method or function called store image. We do need to get the request from the store method, so let's pass it in as a parameter, so $request. And then we're going to convert the name of our image because we don't want to give users the chance to store images with the same exact name. So let's define a new variable inside our private function store image called new image name, where the value will be the unique ID method, where we are going to concatenate a dash and then concatenate one more time because we want to add the request title to it. So a unique ID followed with the title. Now the new image name that we have right here does not have a file extension, but it's simply a name. Now through the request, we can also access the image that we've uploaded, and then we can change the file extension to it. So let's do that. Let's concatenate a dot, and let's concatenate the request image extension method. Finally, we can return the request image, and we're going to move it. Now, the move method accepts 2 parameters, the location where you want to move it to and the file name. Now, the location will be the public underscore path method, which will look inside the public method. Then we're going to add a string right here because we want to store it inside the images folder. If the folder doesn't exist, the images folder will be created as well. Then the second parameter will be the file name, which is the new image name. Simple as that. Let's make sure that we handle it off inside the store method. Let's scroll to the top and let's replace our temporary string right here with this, which allows us to call any method inside the post controller, but we will call the store image method. Remember, we did add a parameter of request inside our store image method, so let's make sure that we return or send this request object. So let's do that. Now let's test it out. Let's save it, navigate back to Google Chrome, refresh the page, check the is published, let's say post 4, excerpt, post with image, minutes to read, test body. Now let's select a file. I've already selected, I just cut that part out. Let's click on submit. We have been redirected to our /blog endpoint. If we navigate to Visual Studio Code, open our database or post table, refresh it. Right here, you'll see that we have an image path, which is the full path to our public folder. Let me open it right here. So my computer, Laravel app, public, images, and a string right here. Now let's check it out inside the public folder in the root of our directory. So where is it hidden? Right here. We've got public, images, and we got our hashed image, which is a thumbnail of my video. At the moment, we defined our store method right here, where it saves data inside the database. But the most important step is missing right in front of it, which is validating incoming data. You could obviously validate manually by creating tons of for each loops, if statements, And in a lot of cases, that should do the work. But Laravel provides the validate method on the request object, which makes validating a lot easier. Validation obviously happens right before we store our post, so somewhere right here. And to make use of our validate method, we got to make use of the request object first and chain the validate method to it. Inside the validate method, we're going to pass in an array, so let's hit enter. But we're going to pass in a key value pair which looks like the create method we've got down below right here. So let's define the keys first. Let's say we have our title, we have our excerpt, we have our body, the image underscore path, the is underscore published, and we've got our minutes to read. The values of our keys will be the rules that are predefined by Laravel. And let's start off with our title. There are a lot of them, so I'll link it in the description down below and we'll cover some of them for this example. Keep in mind that there are two different syntaxes for applying rules, and I will show you both of them, but we will stick to one. The first method is applying the pipe syntax after every rule. Now let's say for our title that the value is required, and it can't be missing whenever a user wants to submit his form. If we want to add another rule, we simply got to add a pipe. So let's say that our title should be unique as well, because we don't want to post the same title for different posts. This can be done by adding a pipe, followed with the second rule, which should be called unique, followed with a table it should be unique on. In our case, let's say posts. This will check whether the provided title is unique on the table post inside the column title. We could also say that, well, our title can't be a book. So let's add another rule and say that the max amount of characters is 255. I'll show you the second syntax once we get to the image path. For our excerpt, let's just say that it has to be required and the body as well. The second syntax of adding values to our validation is by passing an array rather than a string. So let's remove the string and let's add an array. And right here, we're basically going to define our rules in the same exact way as array values. So let's say that our image is required. We have the memes, I'm not even sure how to pronounce it, which is basically JPEG, PNG, and JPEG. And let's add the last rule, which will basically be the image dimensions, which can be min width, max width, min height, min length. And what we're going to do is the average, so a max of 5048. I've got a typo right here because it's not the image path, because that's how it's called inside a database. The image is coming from the form, which has a name of image. Now we actually don't need to add validation on our isPublish because it can be unchecked. So we can remove this entire line. And we're also just checking here whether it's true or not, so it can't be manipulated. Finally, we have our minutes to read, which has a minimum of, let's say, 0 minutes, pipe, and it has a maximum of 60 minutes. Now, if all these rules have been passed, a new row will be created. Now, what if the data isn't valid? Well, a validation exception will be thrown with instructions on what went wrong. Before we test this out, we got to make sure that we display the error messages somewhere on the blog/create page. So let's open the create page and let's place it right above our form inside the div, where we're going to create a new div with a class of pb8, so padding bottom 8. And it's super easy to access the errors that are being thrown inside Blade. We first get to create an if statement. You can access your errors through the variable errors, which will be available every time you load the view, even if it's empty. Now, we're going to check whether there are any errors. So let's chain the any method to it. If it has, we're going to create a div with a class of bgred500. The text is white, the font is bold, the rounded is only at the top, the padding x-axis is 4 and the py is 2. Inside the div, we're simply going to return a string of something went wrong. Below our div, we're going to create an unordered list where we're going to loop over our list items. Let's first give it a class of border t0, border red 400, rounded b, BG red 100, padding x-axis is 4, padding y is 3, and the text is red 700. Inside our unordered list, we're going to create a for each loop. We're going to loop over errors all as one single error. We need to loop over items and we need to print them out separately by adding a list item where we're going to print out our error. If we save it, navigate back to Google Chrome, click on the new article button, scroll to the bottom, click on submit post, and right here, you will see that this flash message pops up, which is saying that something went wrong and certain fields are required, specifically the title, excerpt, body, image. If we add all of our fields except the image, so let's test that out. Click on submit. You'll see that we're only getting one message saying the image field is required. Let's try it one more time with just random data. I've also selected a file. Click on submit and you'll see that our new post has been added. Updating data in Laravel is pretty similar to inserting data. The biggest difference is the fact that you're going to update one specific row, which means that we're going to work with an ID again. If we navigate to our web.php file inside our routes folder, you'll see that we have an edit /route parameter, so an ID, which will show one specific page, while we also have a block.update route, which will persist the data to the database. So let's start out by creating our first page, which will be the block.edit page, which will show the edit page. So inside our block folder, let's create a new file called edit.blade.php. We could simply copy paste the entire create page inside the edit page. So let's do that. All right, let's save it. Now on the block overview, so right inside of our front end, we should make sure that we add a button somewhere inside one specific block that will redirect us to the edit page. Let's say somewhere right here where we want to add a button called edit. So let's navigate back to Visual Studio Code. Let's open the index.blade.php file and let's go right under our span right here, which is made by a user. Let's create an anchor. Let's add a text of edit. We have an href, which will be the route method, which will then call the block.edit page. Inside our web.php file, you'll see that we have a route parameter. So let's make sure that we pass it in as well. So comma, which will be the post ID. Now the post ID is coming from the for each loop right here. Now let's also make sure that we add a class to it. So let's give it a class of block, italic, text-green-500. The border bottom is 1 and the border is green 400. If we save it, navigate to the browser, refresh the page, you'll see an edit button right here. And if we hover over it, you'll see that we have our /block /edit /1, which is the route parameter of the block, so the ID. Now if you click on it, you'll see that we've been redirected to the /block /edit /1 page again. Now apparently the screen is white and I do know where that's coming from. If we open the post controller, scroll down to the edit page, you'll see that we're not doing anything right here. What we're simply going to do right here is return a view to the block.edit page. Now we're going to add a second parameter of an array since we're going to return one specific post. So let's say post is equal to the post model, : where. Now we're going to check based on a specific ID. So let's say the ID column, where the value is equal to the ID inside the route parameter. Finally, let's make sure that we get the first value. Now with the post that we have right here, we could technically add values inside our input fields of the current data. So let's navigate back to Google Chrome and refresh the page first. All right, let's change up the data real quick. Inside the edit page, let's start at the top. We have add new post. What we want to do is to say edit. And what we want to edit is the post title. Then let's scroll down. The for each loop of errors is okay. We have our is published, which has a type of checkbox. Now the way we can handle that is by basically saying, well, get me the post is published. If it is equal to true, then say checked. Otherwise, keep it empty. Now we have our input field of the title, which doesn't have a placeholder anymore, but it has a value, and the value is the post title. Let's do the same thing for our excerpt. Let's replace placeholder of our excerpt with value is equal to the post excerpt. Same thing needs to happen for the input field of minutes to read, which is a value of, let's say, post min to read. Finally, our body is a text area, so we can't add a placeholder or a value, but we can add it inside the opening and closing text area tag of post body. Let's save it, navigate back to Google Chrome, refresh it, and I got a typo right here. Let's go back 1 second, sorry. Right here, this needs to be a colon. All right. Right here, you can see that our input fields have a default value, which is the current post. Now we're not done yet because we have our form we obviously have our form opening tag, which has an action, but at the moment it's to block.store, which needs to be changed to block.update. Now we're going to update one specific post again. So let's add a comma and let's add a post ID as a second parameter. Now the method can stay equal to post, but we're actually going to perform a patch method right here, which actually can't be done in HTML. To fix this, we need to add a blade directive right under our CSRF token of add method, which will convert the post into a patch method. Let's test it out. Let's go to our post controller, our update method, and let's add a DD of, let's say, test. Save it, navigate back to Google Chrome, add a different title for a second, and our excerpt as well. Click on submit, and as you could see, test has been printed out. This basically means that the flow of our update method works as well. What we get to do right now is basically recreate what we've done before. Right inside of our update method, let's remove the DD test. All right. Let's first make sure that we make a call to the post model, colon, where. Now we need to tell Eloquent what we want to update. So in our case, it will be ID. Then we need to chain the update method to it. Now the update method accepts an array, just like inserting data, as you could see right here. Now we're going to pass in key value pass right here, where the key will be the column name inside the database, and the value will be the request that we have right here. Now let's do it. So let's say that we have our title, request title. We have our excerpt, which is the request excerpt. We have the body, which is coming from the request body, obviously, the image underscore path, which is coming from the request image. We have the is published, which is coming from the request is underscore published, which actually needs to be a Boolean. So what we could say is basically if it's equal to on, return a true, otherwise a false. We have the minutes to read, which is the request min to read. Finally, let's make sure that we return a redirect to the user. So return a redirect to the route method, and the route name is block.index. All right, let's test it out. Let's save it, navigate back to Google Chrome, edit our page. So let's say a title of test, an excerpt of test, and the minutes to read is 2. Let's not upload the file and let's submit it. You'll see that our post has been sorted based on the updated at, and the first post that we got right here is the one that we just updated. All right, now if we navigate back to Visual Studio Code, open our database client and the post table, you'll see that our row has been updated, but the image path is empty. This is not something that we want to do. Right now, we're telling our update method, right here, that whatever happens, the image path should be updated. Now the request object that we have right here gives us access to 2 different methods. Let's test it out one more time with a DD. And what we want to DD is the request all. If we save it, navigate back, edit our test, let's say test 2, and set the published on submitted. All right. Right here, you'll see that the image path has not been added. And since we're using the patch method inside our form, it will not update the image path inside our database. But we do have a underscore token and underscore method. And if we pass in the request all object inside our update method, it needs to find these columns as well. What we can do is adding the accept method rather than the all method. The accept method provides the same output, but it allows you to exclude certain fields. So what we can do is replace all with accept. And what we want to accept is an array with 2 values. The first one is underscore token, so basically the keys inside our all method. And the second one is underscore method. If we save it and navigate to the browser, refresh the page, you'll see that underscore token and underscore method have both been excluded. Now let's go back for 1 second and let's select a file. I've already done that. Let's submit it. And as you could see, our image has been added now. So let's go back. Let's copy the request that we have right here. Let's remove the DD. And let's remove the array that we have inside our update method as well. And let's just basically paste what we just copied. All right, let me align this a little bit. There's one more thing that we need to check right here. If we navigate back to our edit.blade.php file, you see that all of our input fields have a name. Now all these names should be equal to the database column where you want to use either the all or accept method from the database, because it will check directly whether the column exists or not. At the moment, it won't work because inside our post table, we got a column name defined called image_path and not image. As you could see right here, it's called image. So let's change it up to image_path. All right, now inside the browser, let's just give it a title of new title. Let's select the file. All right, I've already done that. Let's submit it. As you could see, we have been redirected to the /blog endpoint and we have our new title. If we navigate back to Visual Studio Code, refresh our post table, you'll see that we have a new image path for our first post. Now, if we try to submit it one more time, so let's edit it without an image. So let's name it title, navigate back, refresh it. You'll see that our image path is still visible. Now the last step that we need to perform for our post controller is to add validation right here. Now what we actually can do is basically copy the validation that we have inside our store method, paste it inside the update method. All right, and we need to change up these values for a little bit. The title is required. Let's paste the maximum right after the required method. All right, because we're going to say that the post title should be unique, but the title can be changed. So let's add a comma and let's concatenate the ID. Even though the title is required and it should be unique on the column posts, it can be changed with the same ID. Now the excerpt is required, the body as well. The image path should not be required. So let's remove the required that we have. And that's mainly because we don't want to throw an error if a user does not update the image path. And that's basically it. Let's test it out one more time. Let's edit it. Let's say new title. Submit it. As you could see, it has been updated. Deleting data in Eloquent is just as easy as any other CRUD operation. Inside the web.php file in the root of our directory, you'll find a route that we have defined to /ID. So /blog /route parameter of an ID, which we'll call the destroy method right inside of our post controller. Now, just like the edit button that we added right inside of our overview, we should create a delete button right next to it, which will then delete one specific post once a user clicks on it. So let's navigate back to Visual Studio Code. Open the index.blade.php file and right below our edit button, let's define a new one. Keep in mind that the delete button will not be the same as that edit button. With the edit button that we have right here, we're going to redirect a user to a new page, and we're not going to perform a request directly, which will happen right inside of the edit page. With the delete button, we're simply going to perform a request once a user clicks on the delete button. Now, whenever you want to perform a request, you need to make sure that you create a form first. So let's do that. All right. Our form has an action to the route method. The named route is block.destroy, and we're going to destroy one specific post. It also has a method, which is obviously equal to post, and we need to add a CSRF token, and we need to convert our post method to a delete method. So let's say add method, and the method that we're going to perform is called delete. Then inside our form, we're simply going to add a button with the text of delete. Let's give it a class of pt is 3. The text is red 500 and the padding right is 3. And let's also add a type of submit. Before we test it out in the browser, let's quickly open our post controller. Let's scroll down to the destroy method and let's simply print out a DD called test. If we save it, navigate to the browser, refresh the page, you'll see that we added a delete button right here. If we click on it, you'll see that we have been redirected to our DD of test and the flow of our destroy method works fine. Now let's focus on the logic that we need to perform right inside of our destroy method. Let's first remove the DD. With Eloquent, we have the option to crawl the destroy method in the same exact way as we did with our update method right here and the insert at the top, or create, excuse me. So what we can do inside our destroy method is calling the post model, destroy. The destroy method accepts a parameter, as you could see right here, which is the route parameter of ID. Now the destroy method of Eloquent also accepts a parameter, which is variable ID. So it's simply going to delete one specific row from the database based on the ID that has been passed in. Now before we test it out, let's return a redirect to the route method, and the named route is block.index. And we're also going to change something new to it, which is a with method. The with method stores a key value pair right inside the session of your Laravel application, which you can access through the key. So let's add a key of message, and let's add a value of post has been deleted. Now, the idea behind it is that once a user clicks a post, a message should be printed out, which needs to be done inside the index.play.php file, and let's say right at the top and right below our new article button. So what we can do right here is to first check if our session has been set. So let's say add if. Now the condition that we have is the session method, and we can chain a has method to it, which will check if the message exists. Now, if it does, create a new div for us. Give it a class of mxauto. The width is 4/5 and the padding bottom is 10. Then create a new div inside our main div or parent div. Give that a class of pg red 500. The text is white. The font is bold. It's rounded top. Padding x-axis is 4 and the padding y-axis is 2. Print out a text of warning. Then right below our div, let's define another one. We're almost done. Give it a class of border. Border top is 1. The border red 400. It has a rounded bottom. The BG is red 100. Padding X is 4. Padding Y is 3. And the text is red 700. Then in here, we need to make sure that we print out the message that we're sending back right here. That can easily be done by saying, well, we're going to access our session and we're going to get one specific value with the name of message. If we save it, navigate back, let's actually go back to our page. Let's refresh it, click on delete. As you can see, our post has been deleted and a warning sign has been printed out. When you start building applications within Laravel, you'll see that you got a lot of patterns inside your controller that are being repeated. If we take a look at our controller, you'll see a big pattern that is being used inside two methods. Since we're validating our requests right here inside the update method, but we're also doing it right inside of the store method. We're not performing the same exact validation in both methods, since the rules are not equal to each other. We could use form requests to normalize and extract the form validation. Now, what is a form request? You can see a form request as a bit of Laravel magic, because it's a custom request class that needs to be created through Artisan, which is completely responsible for validating the request. Besides that, you could also add authorization of users right inside your form request, but we're not going to do that in this video. That being said, let's create our first form request right inside of the terminal, where we need to perform the PHP artisan make command again, colon. We're going to make a request this time, called post form request. If we hit enter, you'll see that our form request has been created, which will be stored right inside of the app folder, where it creates a new request folder if you have no form request, with a file called postformrequest.php. If we open the file, you'll find a simple class with two methods. The first one is the authorize method, which is returning false at the moment. This method basically checks whether the user is authorized to perform this request or not. At the moment, the return value is set equal to false. If you do want to enable authorization, you should return true, which is actually something we're going to do right now, because users should be able to perform this request, so we need to change it. If we don't do it, you'll receive a 403. The second method that we have is the rules method, which basically returns an array, as you could see, of the rules that we have defined inside our post controller. We could technically copy what we have inside our update method right here and paste it inside our form request. But this won't work because the requests that we have are both different. So let's make sure that both of them work inside one request rather than creating two separate requests. So let's undo what we just did and let's remove our entire return statement. Let's define a new variable right here called rules and let's set that equal to an array. Inside the array, we're going to define the rules that we got. And let's not make it too difficult for ourselves, so let's just paste what we just copied. At the moment, you'll see that our title is returning an error, as you could see right here, because we're passing in a variable ID which we don't have. Now to fix this, we just need to add the this keyword right in front of it. The second issue that we got is related to images, right here. Because an image is required when we want to insert a new post, but not when we update a post. In order to fix this, we need to create a if statement right below of it, with a condition where we're going to check whether the request is a post method or not. This can be done by defining the inArray method, which accepts two parameters. The first one are basically all methods, so this method, comma. We have a second one which will be an array where we will pass in one simple string called post. So we're going to check whether the request that we're performing right here is a post request. The reason why I'm using an array right here for the post is because we could add multiple HTTP methods right here if it's needed. Now let's change up some of these values if it's a post. So what we can do right here is say, well, we have our $rules, brackets, and we specifically want to grab the image is equal to, well, basically what we have right here. So let's copy it, but let's also add the required tag. And let's close it off with a semicolon. Now we're not done yet because we're going to call the post form request. So we need to make sure that we return something. And what we want to return is our variable rules. Now this should do the trick. The second step is making sure that we replace our validate method inside the post controller. Let's scroll to the top right here with our form request object. And this will actually look pretty weird if it's the first time using it, but we're going to work with some Laravel magic right here. And let's start off right with the request object. Let's replace it with post form request. And let's keep the object name equal to request so we don't need to replace our request object right here. Now you can still see that our request object is validating everything. In order to call the validation inside our post form request, we got to make a call to the validated method rather than the validate method. So let's replace it with validated. Before we move on so let's save it. Let's navigate back to Google Chrome. Let's refresh it, create a new article. Let's submit it. And as you could see, all fields that we have right here are required, which is coming from the post form request. Now, if we try to create one with everything checked, so let's say title, excerpt, 2 minutes, body, select a file, submit it. As you can see, our post has been created. Now let's do the same thing for our update method. Let's navigate back, scroll down to the update method. Step number 1 is replacing the request object with the post form request. Then we need to replace our validate method with the validated method. Save it, navigate back to Google Chrome. Let's edit our post. And let's say that we only want to change the excerpt to excerpt 3. Submit it. As you could see, the excerpt has changed. And if we navigate back to Visual Studio Code, open our database client, post table, and let's scroll to the bottom, our second page. Right here, you'll see that our image path is still visible. Using pagination is incredible when working with many database rows for a single page. Eloquent and the Query Builder both allow developers to use the paginate method when retrieving data from the database. If we navigate back to the browser, you'll see that we are retrieving all rows that we have from the database. In most cases, you want to show a certain amount, so let's say 20 rows, and give the user the option at the bottom of the screen to retrieve another 20 rows, up until it reaches their last row out of the database. It's pretty easy to add pagination in Laravel. So let's navigate back to Visual Studio Code. And inside our index method, you'll see that we're retrieving it based on the updated add, and we're retrieving all data. The paginate method needs to be added at the end of a query, replaced with the get method. So let's replace it with paginate. Inside the paginate method, we need to pass in a single parameter, which represents the number of rows you want to retrieve. So in our case, let's pass in an integer of 20, meaning that every pagination page should show a maximum of 20 rows. If we save it, navigate back to the browser and refresh it, let's scroll to the bottom and you can already see that we don't have 100 rows anymore. And in the bottom left, in our debug bar, you'll see that we're retrieving 20 posts. When working with pagination, you're basically going to pass in a query parameter named page inside the URL. When working with query parameters, we have to add a question mark right after our / blog endpoint, followed with page, and set it equal to a value. In our case, let's just set it equal to 2 and hit enter. All right. As you could see, it's showing different posts. And if we hover or click on the first post, you'll see that the ID is 21, meaning that the first 20 rows have been shown to the user and we're on page number 2. When obviously working with pagination, you do want to give the user the option to navigate through pages. This can easily be done with a global links method, which we need to add inside our index.late.php file. So let's open it. Pagination needs to be placed outside of the loop because we're going to paginate over all posts and we're not going to add it for a single post. So right below our end for each directive, let's create a div. Let's give it a class of mxauto, padding bottom is 10, and the width is 4/5, so 80%. Then inside our div, we're going to add curly braces. We're going to call the variable post that we're sending back inside our post controller right here. And we're going to chain the links method to it. If we save it, navigate back to Google Chrome, refresh it, scroll to the bottom, you'll see that pagination has been added at the bottom. You'll see that we have a total of 101 rows and row number 21 up until 40 is visible. And we can see the pagination numbers. So if you click on page number 6, you'll see that it's showing one row, which is the 101st row. If we go back to page number 1, scroll to the bottom, it's showing page 1 up until 20. And the query parameter is equal to 1. When working with a relational database model, tables are related to each other. Eloquent provides a very powerful tool which makes the process of relating database tables super easy. The first relationship we will cover in this series is the one-to-many relationship. And whenever I'm trying to explain relationships to students, I try to explain them in a human language form. And the easiest way to do that is by reading a relationship out loud. Since the first relationship we're going to define is the one-to-many relationship, I'm going to use the user class and the post class. Now let's say it out loud. Our application will have users, but we also got many posts. But can a user make many posts? Definitely. Can multiple users make many posts? Well, technically yes, but they can't make one together in our application. So in our case, we have one user that can create many posts, and one post is related to one user. Before we start using it, we got to make sure that we define our authentication first, which can easily be done with Laravel Breeze. I'm not going to dive into Laravel Breeze because I've got a separate video of 45 minutes where I cover pretty much every aspect of Laravel Breeze. I will also link the video in the description down below. What we're going to do right now is simply installing Laravel Breeze through the CLI. So let's navigate back to iTerm. Now Laravel Breeze can be installed through Composer, but before we do that, let's run a Composer update real quick to make sure that we don't run into conflicts. Inside the root of our project, we can simply say Composer require a package from Laravel/Breeze. We're not going to work with Laravel Vite in this course, so we're going to specify an older version that works with Webpack. So let's say colon, then we have to specify the version, which will be 1.7.0. Then let's add a -- flag to it. Let's hit enter. Now this command will not pull in the authentication scaffolding itself, but it will simply add Breeze inside our composer.json file. Right now, we need to make sure that we run the Breeze install command to finalize it. If we perform the php artisan command, scroll up to the B, you'll see that we have a new command called breeze install. So let's run it. Let's say php artisan breeze install. And we're getting an error because we have deleted the welcome.blade.php file, which is needed for Blade. So let's navigate back and let's create it in the views folder real quick. We don't need to add data right here. Let's navigate back, hit the arrow up and install it one more time. Breeze scaffolding has been installed successfully, and we need to run the npm install and the npm run dev command. So let's do that. With the installation of Laravel Breeze, the authentication routes have been added right inside of the web.php file. If we open it, you'll see that we have a route. To / we'll open the welcome view, we have the dashboard, and it's requiring the auth.php file inside the routes folder with all those other routes. Now, as you could see, we have a small issue right here, because it has overridden the old routes that we had. Luckily, we only have one, which we can redefine real quick by calling the route method, resource is the blog endpoint, comma, we have the post controller, class. If we navigate back to the browser, change our endpoint to / login, you'll see a login screen of Laravel Breeze. And if we change it up to register, you'll see the register page. Now let's start off with probably the most common relationship in coding, which is the one-to-many relationship. In order to link a user to a post, we got to restructure our post migration, since we need to store the user ID inside a column. So let's navigate back to Visual Studio Code and let's open our database folder where we have our post migration right here. And by the way, we could obviously create a separate migration to add the user ID column, but for demonstration purposes, it's easier to add it right inside of our post migration and re-migrate our migrations. So let's add a new table right under our primary ID. So let's add a table. We're going to define a new table with a data type of unsigned big integer. Now this is needed when working with foreign key constraints, which we will be doing right now. So let's add a column name of user_ID. So let's then go right above our timestamps where we got to define our foreign key constraint because we get to make sure that the user ID that we have right here exists on the table users. So the way we can do that is by simply saying, well, our table object, get a foreign key on the table user_ID. Then we can change some methods right here The first one will be references. So our user ID references to ID on the table called users. So it will look inside the table's users. It will search for the column ID and will chain it with our user ID on the table posts. Finally, let's chain one more method, which is called onDelete. And what this will do is basically deleting the post that we have once a user is deleted. The way we want to onDelete it is based on an action called cascade. Now, before we migrate it, let's actually change up our factory as well. So let's open the factories folder, post factory, because we do need to define the user ID right here as well. So let's go right under our minutes to read. Let's add a user ID, which will be a static value of 1. Finally, we got to make sure that we refresh our table with the post factory. So let's navigate back to the terminal. Let's run php artisan migrate :reset. All right, now let's run php artisan migrate one more time. Now we can't run our cdiff yet because we don't have a user with user ID number 1. So let's go back to Google Chrome, refresh the page, and let's define our first user, which is myself, so Dary. It has my own email. And let's add my password right here. All right, if we click on register right now, you'll see that we have been redirected to the /dashboard endpoint and we are logged in. Let's navigate back to iTerm one more time and let's run php artisan db :seed to migrate our factories. As you can see, it has seeded the database tables. Navigate back to Google Chrome and change the endpoint to /blog. And right here, you'll see that we have 200 new blog posts again. All right, so let's navigate back to Visual Studio Code for a moment and let's open our database client. Let's refresh it. Open the post table. And right here, you'll see a new column called user ID. Now keep in mind that we can't change this at the moment because we only got one user. Because remember, we defined the foreign key constraint saying that the user ID needs to exist on the users table right here. Even though we got the user ID of a user inside our post table, we can't use it because we haven't defined our relationship yet, which needs to be done inside the models. So let's go back to our code and let's actually close off all tabs that we have, which is kind of annoying at the moment. All right, now let's scroll to the top where we need to open our models folder where we have our post model and user model. Let's start off with a user model where we need to define a relationship with a post model. Now right at the bottom, we got to define a new method. So let's scroll down right under our protected cast and let's define a new public function with a name that's equal to the relationship. In our case, we're going to call it posts. The reason why it's plural and not singular is because a user can have many posts and not one single post. Then inside the method, we're going to define a return statement. We're going to access a global method inside our models, which can be done by adding the keyword this. And remember what I said 20 seconds ago, the reason why our relationship name is plural is because a user has many posts. There you go. That's the name of the relationship we got to define right here, has many. Now the has many relationship accepts one parameter, which is the class you want to relate it to. In our case, it will be post, : class. We defined our first relationship. Now let's make sure that we output all posts of one single user. And the best place where we can do that, in my opinion, is the /dashboard endpoint, which shows the dashboard of one single user. So this can be done right inside of the dashboard.blade.php file, which we have right inside of our views folder right here. Keep in mind that we don't need to pass in an Eloquent query to the view because we got a relationship defined, which should give us access to all posts of a user. So let's go right below our div right here. Let's define a new div. Inside our div, we're going to define an h1 with the text of posts of : curly braces. We're going to access the global auth facade : user, and we're going to get the name of it. Now let's give our h1 a class of text XL. The font is bold, the padding top is 8, and the padding bottom is 2. Then right below our h1, we're going to add a for each loop, but right here, we're going to access the relationship we defined named posts. We're going to access the auth facade again. We're going to grab everything of one single user, and we're going to chain the method that we defined inside our user model, which is called posts. We're going to loop over them as one single post, and then inside our for each loop, we're going to define an h2, where we're going to grab one single post and we're going to print out the title. If we save it and navigate to the browser, refresh the page, you'll see that we have the post of my users, so Dary, which is logged in, with all posts where the user ID is equal to 1. Alright, now what about the other way around? Well, we first need to open the post model, so let's do that, since we need to define a relationship right here as well. Now let me actually remove all the comments that we have, and right below our protected fillable property, let's define a new public function. Now our method name will be singular, so user. Then we're pretty much going to do the same. We're going to start off with a return statement. We're going to return this. And like I said, it belongs to one user, so our relationship name is belongs to. Inside the belongs to method, we got to define the associated class, which is user, : class. If we save it, navigate back to Google Chrome, change our endpoint to /blog, you'll see that we have this section right here, which is made by the username and on a specific date. Now at the moment, the name is static. But since we're accessing one single post right here, we should have access to one single username. Now this works in the same exact way as I showed you before. Let's navigate back to Visual Studio Code, scroll down and open the index.blade.php file inside the blog folder. Now let's scroll down to our static name right here. Now we have to replace our static name Dary right here with curly braces. Then we're going to say, well, we already have access to one single post. We have defined the user method, which has a belongs to relationship inside of it, and we're going to access the name of a user. If we save it, navigate to the browser, refresh it, you'll see that all names have changed to Dary Nazar. I'm currently seeing that the dates are static, so let's quickly change that up right here. What we're going to do is saying, well, curly braces, get me the post, get me the updated _add, now let's add a format method to it. Now the format that I want is in single quotes, the days, /months, /whole years. If we save it and navigate back, refresh it, you'll see that the date has been updated as well. The second relationship that we're going to define is the one-to-one relationship. The one-to-one relationship is pretty straightforward, and we're going to test it out with the post and meta, which will define metadata about an HTML document. We've already got our post model defined, so let's define a new model and migration through the CLI. So let's say PHP artisan make me a new model called post meta, and we're going to add the -m flag to it, which will automatically generate migrations inside our migrations folder. Let's hit enter. Alright, it has created a model and migration. So let's navigate back to Visual Studio Code and let's start off with our migration. We're going to add 3 tables right here, and you can obviously add more related to metadata, but the point of this video is more about the relationship rather than the metadata. So let's start off right under our ID with our table string, which is named meta_description. Then we have another table string, which is called meta_keywords. Finally, we have the table string, which is called meta_robots. Alright, we're obviously not done yet because we're going to somehow add a relationship between the post metas and the post table. Now this can be done in the same exact way as the one-to-many relationship. Right under our ID, let's add a new column, which is unsigned big integer, and the name is post_ID. Then right above our timestamps, we're simply going to add a foreign key constraint by saying table foreign. Now the foreign key is the post_ID, which references the column ID on the table posts. Now once a post gets deleted, we also want to, on delete, cascade, so it deletes all post metas as well. Now we're ready to migrate our table through the CLI. So let's navigate to iterm. Let's run the PHP artisan migrate command. As you could see, it has migrated one migration, which is the post meta table. So what's next? We already defined our migration and we got our model as well. So let's define our relationship right now, starting off with the post model. If we navigate back to Visual Studio Code, starting off inside the post model. Now let's define a new method right here, so public function, and let's keep the name equal to the operation we're going to perform, which will be meta. It's singular because we're going to access one single meta. We're going to return a statement right here called this, and whenever you want to access the relationship of one single post, you have to chain the has1 method to it. Now the has1 method accepts one parameter, which will be the class that it's related to. In our case, it will be post meta, : class. If you want to access your post through the meta, which is something we won't be doing right now, you could define the relationship the other way around as well, using the same exact method, so the has1 method. In our case right now, we won't be doing that, so let's just use a one-way relationship. Now the next step is adding data inside our database. Now there are two options on how we could do that. The first way is adding data through our database client. And the second method is adding a couple input fields inside our create page where we could add meta information. And let's actually do both. Let's start off by using our database client, refresh it. Let's open the post meta table. All right. Let's add a new row. Let's give it an ID of 1, a post ID of 1, and keep in mind that the post ID does need to exist inside your post table. Let's add a post description of this is my first meta description. The meta keywords of post, test, and let's say Laravel. Our meta robots has some default values. Let's say no index, comma, no follow. And the created at will be right now. And the updated at as well. Now let's insert the row. As you could see, we have added one new row. So to test this out inside the browser, we need to go right inside of our show.blade.php file inside the block folder. And let's go to the top and let's first just dd our post and let's access the meta. Let's navigate back to Google Chrome and let's actually go to the top and open our first post. As you can see right here, we have our dd printed out. If we open the originals array, you'll see all the relationship data that we have defined. With the information that we got right here, we should be able to fill our meta tags inside the head tag. So let's navigate back to Visual Studio Code. Let's delete our dd. Let's scroll to the top. Right here, we have our viewport, which will always be the same, the char set2. Let's define a new meta. The name will be description. Then we have our content. Keep in mind that our meta description will be optional for users. So if you add the post meta description directly in the content and a user does not add a value, it will throw an error. We could work around it by adding a ternary operator. So what we're going to do, simply check if the post meta description has been set. If it has, print it out. So post meta description. Else, so colon, print out a simple string with no value. The same thing needs to be done for the keywords. So let's define a new meta tag. Let's give it a name of keywords. We have our content, which will be equal to pretty much the same. So post meta underscore keywords. And it should actually be meta underscore description, excuse me. If it has been set, post meta underscore keywords out, else a string. And I forgot it right here as well. Now we got one more left, which will be the meta, which also has a name of robots. Then we have the content, which is equal to the post meta robots. So we're going to see if it exists. If it does, print it out. Else, print out a simple string. If we save it, navigate back to Google Chrome, refresh the page. Let's inspect it. Let's open our head, and right here you'll see that our post name has a keyword, description, and the robots have all been added. The last thing that I would like to show you is adding input fields inside the create and update page, followed with some logic inside the controller that will add it inside the post metas table. So let's start off by adding input fields in our create.blade.php file. Let's scroll down and copy our title input field and scroll to the bottom right below our input field, and let's paste it 3 times. Let's align it. All right, the first one is a type of text. It has a name of meta underscore description. Now the title will obviously be meta description. The second one has a name of meta underscore name. Meta underscore keywords, where the title is meta keywords. Finally, we have our meta underscore robots, which has a title or placeholder of meta robots. If we save it and navigate back to Google Chrome, go to the previous page, let's create a new article, and the design is messed up, but you'll see that we have 3 input fields right here, which is description, keywords, and robots. And let's actually add a little bit more padding to the bottom of the last input field over margin, so MB is 8. All right, now let's work on the logic behind it. So let's scroll to the top and open the post controller. Let's go to the store method right here. Let's add a DD of the request object and the all method. And let's add an exit at the bottom. If we save it, navigate back to Google Chrome, refresh the page, and let's create a new post. So test, excerpt of test, minutes to read this to. The body is just a simple string. Let's select a file. I've done that, and let's add a description of test, keywords of test, and the robots of test. Now if we submit it, you'll see that there are 3 new key value pairs, which is the meta description, keywords, and robots, which are the 3 input fields we added for our meta table. Now right inside of the store method, now at the moment we're using the post model where we're performing a create method. So we can't just add additional key value pairs right here and expect it to add it inside the post metas table. But we're also working with a user ID inside the post table, which is new. So let's make sure that we add that inside our post create method that we're performing right above our title. So let's say that the user ID is equal to the auth ID. So to the authenticated user. Now the easiest way to add data inside a relationship table is by setting the post model equal to a variable right here. So let's set it equal to post. And let's remove the DD and exit. All right. Now through our variable post right here, we could make a call to a meta relationship that we defined right here. So let's do that. Let's go right below our post create. And let's say, well, grab our post. Let's access the method and let's chain the create method to it. Then inside the create method, we can pass in an array, which is pretty much equal to what we're doing right here. Then inside the create method, we can simply pass in key value pairs. Keep in mind that we got to pass in the post ID first. And since we set the creation of our new post right here equal to a variable post, we could access the newly created ID through it. So what we can do is say, well, give me the post ID. Then we need to add our meta description, name, and robots, which should be easy. So meta description is equal to the request. Meta description. We have our meta keywords, which is equal to the request. Meta underscore keywords. Finally, we have our meta underscore robots, which is equal to the request meta underscore robots. If we save it and navigate back to Google Chrome, let's refresh the page and submit it again. You'll see that we have run into a weird error because the database strict mode is set to true by default. This can be changed right inside of the config folder in the root of our directory, inside the database.php file. And right here inside our MySQL driver, you'll see that strict has been set to true. Let's change it up to false. And also, when we used to work with Eloquent, I've told you that we're dealing with mass assignment right inside of our post controller. So right here. Meaning that we do have to add the fillable property inside our post meta model. But before we do that, let's quickly open our post model, because we do need to add the user ID as a fillable property as well. Now the last step is creating the fillable property inside our post meta. So let's do that right under our traits. So let's say protected. Fillable is equal to an array, and the array has 4 values. The first one is post ID. The second one is meta underscore description. Then we have the meta underscore keywords. And finally, we have the meta underscore robots. Now let's save it and let's actually close off all files just to make sure that we didn't make any mistakes. Navigate back to Google Chrome, refresh the page. And as you can see, a new post has been created. And if we navigate back to our database client, open our post meta table, you'll see that we added one new row right here with post ID 101. Open the post table or open the second page. You'll see that post ID number 1 is the first post that we just created. An exercise I will let you do is performing these steps for the update method. If you are finished or running into issues, I'll add the working solution right inside of the GitHub repository that you can find in the description down below. The third relationship we're going to cover is the many-to-many relationship, which is a bit more complex than the previous ones. If we take a look at our application, you'll see that we have 3 models defined: post, post meta, and the user model. Now every post does need to be categorized as well. Now you can't simply define a many-to-many relationship between these, so we need to create a new one. Now every post needs to be categorized. So how does that work? Many posts can be categorized to different categories. So let's say that we create a post about Laravel and Tailwind, which you don't want to categorize to either one of them, but actually to both of them. Right here, we're dealing with a many-to-many relationship. Many posts can have many categories, and many categories can have multiple posts. So let's start off by defining the categories model and migration right inside of the CLI. Right here, let's perform the PHP artisan and make me a model called category, and let's add a -m flag to it. Let's hit enter. Alright. Now let's navigate back to our database folder inside Visual Studio Code, where we have our new migration. We're going to keep the ID and timestamps, but in between we're going to define a new string with a column name of title. Now this is where it gets more complicated. A single category can't have a foreign key constraint of post ID right here, because we got to add many categories with a specific post ID. The other way around as well. We can't just open the post table or migration and add the category ID right there, because we're going to add many categories related to one specific post. Now in order to fix this, we got to define a pivot table, which will connect the two tables to each other. There are some conventions that we got to take into consideration while working with pivot tables, so let's move on to the CLI and let's go over them real quick. First, we're going to say that we want to perform the PHP artisan make me a migration command, and when defining migrations manually, you always got to start with the create underscore title. Right here, we're going to define a new table name that has the name of the two tables we're trying to connect, in a singular fashion, ordered alphabetically and separated by an underscore. We got the categories table and the post table. And since C is first in the alphabet, we're going to call it category underscore post underscore table. Now let's hit enter and let's open it in Visual Studio Code, because we did create a new migration right here. And we got to make sure that we add 2 foreign key constraints right here to connect the post table with the categories table. Now let's actually remove the timestamps and the ID, and let's define a new table with an unsigned big integer, and the column name will be category underscore ID. Now let's do it one more time, because we need to do the same thing for the post ID. Alright. Then we got to define 2 foreign key constraints to make sure that the category ID and the post ID are both coming from the right table. Now this can be done by saying, well, we have a table which has a foreign key. The table name is category underscore ID. We're going to chain the references method to it, and it's going to reference on something. Now we're first going to reference on the categories table where it needs to look for the column called ID. Finally, we need to chain one more method, which is the onDelete, because we need to delete the values inside the pivot table once a category has been deleted. So we're going to cascade it. Now let's duplicate this line of code because we need to pretty much do the same thing but for the post ID. So let's change it up. It will reference ID on the table posts and cascade onDelete as well. So we're ready to migrate our tables. Let's navigate to the CLI. Let's perform PHP artisan migrate. And as you can see, it has run the categories table and the categories post table. And I don't want to make this a 20-minute long video. So I want to add data manually inside the database and then define the relationship. So let's navigate back to Visual Studio Code, open our database client, and let's refresh it. So you see that we have the categories table and the category underscore post table. Now let's start off with the categories first because they are needed whenever you want to add data inside the category underscore post table. Now we're going to add two simple rows right here. So let's click on the insert button right here, ID of 1, and the ID isn't necessarily to add, but it's a habit of mine, so I'll keep doing it every single time. Title is Laravel. It's created right now and it's updated right now as well. Now let's insert it and let's do it one more time. ID number 2, Tailwind CSS. It's created right now and it has been updated right now. Now they both, like we just added, they have ID number 1 and 2, which makes it easy to add them inside a pivot table. Now let's go to our post table in 1 second because we're going to add data for ID number 101 and let's say the last one, which is obviously 100. So let's open the category underscore post table and let's click on the insert button. Now first we need to add the category ID, which will be 1 with post ID 101. Let's insert it. Now remember, we have a many to many, so let's add it one more time, where we have category ID of 1 and a post ID of 100. Now let's save it. We actually need to do it 2 more times, where we have category ID number 2 for post ID 101 and post ID 100. All right. Right now, we have enough data to work with a many-to-many relationship. So let's navigate to the post model because we need to define the relationship there first, right under our public function meta. Let's say public function again. And since we're going to retrieve many categories, we're going to define a method name called categories. Now in here, we have a return statement to this. And like I said before, many posts belongs to many categories. So the name that we're going to use right here is belongs to many. Finally, we need to pass in a parameter, which is the class you want to relate it to, which will be category, : class. Now let's do the same thing the other way around as well. So inside our category.php, under our trait, we're going to define a new method, public function called posts. Now we're going to return pretty much the same because it's a many to many. So we're going to return this belongs to many. Now it belongs to the post class. So the last step is outputting it inside the browser. Let's save it. Let's scroll down to the show.blade.php file inside the blog folder. And let's actually go right below our title, right here. So let's say that we want to define a new paragraph. We're going to give it a class of pt, so padding top of 4, and it's italic. Inside our paragraph, we are going to add the string of categories, and right below of it, we're going to add a for each loop. Now we already have access to one post, but we're going to access the categories. And we want to loop over them as one single category. Inside the loop, we're simply going to print out the category title. Now let's save it, navigate back to Google Chrome, open the first post with ID number 101, and as you can see, categories of Laravel and Tailwind CSS have been added. Now let's remove the margin that we have right here, which is the padding left right here, excuse me. Save it, refresh it, and we have added our categories inside our blog post. In this video, I want to show you how you could easily hide certain pages for users. If we navigate back to the web.php file, inside our routes folder, you can see that we have a resource route right here, where we don't want to show unauthenticated users the create and edit page. If we navigate back to the browser, you see that we still can click on new article, and we can even edit an article that's not even ours, because we're not logged in at the moment. If we take a look at the route above our resource route, right here, you can see that we're using a middleware with the name of Auth. This basically means that the user needs to be authenticated before they can access the /dashboard route, which a user is being redirected to once they're logged in. With the resource route, it's a little bit more complicated, since we got all routes defined from our post controller right here. Now, if we try to change the middleware method right here, and let's pass in the auth, save it, navigate back, refresh the page, you can see that we're being redirected even on the /blog endpoint, which is an overview that everyone can see, to the /login endpoint. Now, chaining the middleware like we're doing right here works on single routes. So let's remove it for now. And in my honest opinion, the easiest way to handle this is right inside of the controller where you're going to perform your actions. So let's open our post controller, and right below our class, let's define a public function _construct. Now, whatever happens inside the constructor will happen once the post controller is being called. Now, what we want to do right here is calling the global middleware by saying this middleware. Inside the middleware method, we get to pass in a string of the middleware that we want to call, which in our case will be auth. Then we need to chain one more method to it because we're going to add the only method, but we're going to pass an array with string names, which are equal to the method names that we have down below. So we're basically going to say that the middleware auth, so authenticated users, only applies for certain methods. Now the methods that we want to add right here is the create method. We have the edit method. We have the update method. And finally, we have the destroy method. We're basically going to say that it's only allowed to access these 4 pages once a user is authenticated. So let's save it, navigate back. Let's change the endpoint to /blog. As you could see, we can access the blog page. We could also access the show page. Now, if we click on new article, you see that we're being redirected to /login, edit as well, and delete as well. Now, this works fine, but there's no reason to give a user the options to click on those buttons right here. So let's hide these. Let's start off with the new article button. Inside Visual Studio Code, we need to scroll down to the blog folder, where we have the index.blade.php file. And it's basically this button, so let's copy the entire div and let's define an if statement. Now the condition that we have is basically the global auth facade, user. So we're basically going to check whether a user is authenticated or not. If it is, print out the button that we just copied. Now let's save it, navigate back, refresh it. The button is gone right now. So let's add a little bit more padding to the bottom, which should be done right here. So PB is 10. All right. Now then we have the edit and delete buttons. So let's scroll down to where we have them stored right here. So it's basically the form with the answer. So let's copy it. We're going to define a new if statement, but the condition is a little bit different. We're first going to call the auth facade, and we're simply going to grab the ID of the authenticated users. Now we also have access to one single post. Now remember that one single post has a column user ID attached to it. So what we can do is basically say, well, if the authenticated user, their ID is equal to the post user ID, print out what we just copied. If we save it and navigate back, refresh it, you'll see that both buttons are gone. If we try to log in the /login endpoint, so let's do that. You can see that the new article, edit and delete buttons are visible. This was it for this video where we dived into simple Auth Middleware in Laravel. If you do like my content and you want to see more, leave this video a thumbs up And if you're new to this channel, please hit that subscribe button.